Pessoal, boa tarde. Vamos retornar agora do almoço e para dar início à segunda parte do dia. Gostaria de convidar agora o José Felipe Rupental para falar de banda larga fixa no Brasil.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Rupental to address fixed broadband.
José, por favor.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Vocês estão me ouvindo bem?
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me all right? What an honor to be here today. Thanks for the kind opening words, and let me thank NIC.br for the opportunity. I am Philip, and I have over 25 years experience in this sector. I had spent most of those 25 years in engineering, innovation, planning, and now I am exactly at the opposite side of the negotiation, where I am in the leadership of consultancy strategies for telcos, nationally and internationally. And I had a chance to work for over 30 Brazilian markets. And here I am today. The title of this talk is Fixed Broadband in Brazil. Are we a global reference? Future challenges, what to expect, how about our Brazilian trajectory, what to expect from our future, and what are the challenges to be surpassed. Brazil is already recognized as being a reference country for quite a while. Some markets, they question, how can Brazil adopt the use of fibers, or how can Brazil be able to reduce prices? However, today we have a different scenario, especially developing countries. They want to do exactly what Brazil has done. Regulatory markets, they want to just to copy Brazilians' recipe, especially other Latin American countries, African countries. They knock at our door and they want to follow our steps. And where are we right now, and what will be our future obstacles? And what really draws our attention abroad is our growth trend. 10, 12 years ago, fixed broadband market has added over 30 million new accesses in the past years, in the past 11 years. That represents a very significant increase, 130% increase in volume, which took us to another level. We are the third largest fixed broadband user in the planet. We are coming ahead Japan, France, UK. We are just lagging behind two other countries. We have over 30 million new households being connected today. And that was one of the reasons why we had drawn others' attention. But not only, we have a state-of-art technology, and we use fibers. 77% of most Brazilian accesses, they rely on fibers. And that's cool. If we would compare smaller providers, ruling out telcos, those smaller providers, they are responsible for a high percentage of all connections, of all access, around 90%. And fiber at that time, they would amount to just 4%. Germany, 38%, 38 million, but just a little percentage, it's covered by fibers. Canada, Japan, Korea, with a different level of adoption level. So Brazilian market, just due to that volume, has a different and better representation than other countries such as the United States and Germany. Not quite, but fiber is the technology of the future, better than 5G, FWA, satellites. So Brazil is much better prepared than any other countries for fixed broadband. 1 year ago, Germany was 8%, the US 11%, and fiber, I mean, Mexico 30%, and today Mexico amounts 65% fiber coverage. So many countries are getting ready, and Uruguay is smaller market, but they have a high percentage in terms of representations. We are talking about 77% of official 51 million. But that's not all. We have also drawn attention due to our speed. It's useless to have fiber as technology if that does not go hand in hand with velocity, and our velocity is huge, as well as quality. The average broadband in velocity in Brazil has grown 31% in the past 12 months, and it keeps on growing, despite Brazil being ranked in third. Japan has a little bit higher volume of velocity. And other similar countries such as India, Germany, and Russia, we have which are similar markets, but yet Brazil has a higher average velocity than those regions. So our performance is improving considerably. In the global ranking, we are placed on a 27th position, but we are ahead of other markets such as France, Chile. Chile has been for 1 year and a half in the second and third place. But on a global level, we are a huge reference. It's useless to have a fiber if you don't have good quality. Quality is key. This is a survey on quality satisfaction. On the left chart, you see consumers' satisfaction. We still have some obstacles to overcome, but we are improving. To the right, we have in green providers' perspective, and in red, large telcos. Mainly providers, they have a better level of consumers' satisfaction. This material is open for search at Google. If you still recall, one of the reasons for not opening the market is that that would decrease quality, but that's not quite the fact, despite all challenges. We also have some changes in the domain groups. Several markets and several peers from different regions, US, Germany, and UK. In 2013, 92% of all access were carried out by large carriers, but not anymore. Today, they represent just 44%, and that allows more competition. And that might be one of the topics which draws more attention to the Brazilian region. In 2013, Brazil was responsible for 50% of all access. And then with the two carriers, 60%, 373, 84, 90, 50. Today, 50% is 6 carriers, 60, 10, 70, 33, 80%, 172, and 90%, 843. If you take those 10% left that we have in Brazil, those are spread throughout throughout another 20,000 carriers, which led us to our current reference scenario, which is a positive scenario, but which may also bump into some future obstacles. How about other countries and their market share? Spain, 4 telcos, Mexico, 4, Uruguay, 1, a state 1, Chile, 5, Ecuador, 14, England, 4. So very competitive markets, mature markets. They replicate a similar picture to the one that Brazil had back in 2013, when Brazil was facing infrastructure issues, high demand, little demand, field coverage, and bad quality, and one of the most expensive internets in the planet. That was our Brazil in 2013, a totally different scenario than the one that we have now. And that was not so bad. It was bad for that market time, but now we are living different times, and we have scattering, which takes to quality and prices. This is a snapshot of Anatel on fiber and high velocity fixed broadband comparing markets. Item number 3, high velocity broadband, which costed 141 BRL in 23, which represents 35% drop in the past 4 years. If we exchange that into US dollars, we would be talking about 23 US dollars. And the same band, but with fixed band, we have Japan, Spain, and Germany with similar prices, $12 extra in average. Purchase power, those $23 or 141 BRL, they would amount to 10% of Brazilian wages, and in Germany just 2% of their minimum wages. This is a market going through so much pressure, and to consumers we are gonna have more quality with lower prices. This is what we are all after. This is a study from 2024, and the average price of a broadband went down 20%. In those territorial countries, we have one of the cheapest internets in the planet. But that represents an effect just in the fixed band, as the cost of a gigabyte traffic today is 2.5 US, Germany $2, and Brazil just a few cents. Purchase power is responsible to knock down prices. And why is Brazil a reference? How have we become a reference? Because we had decreased the digitalization gap. We had increased the use of fibers, high price competition. Other markets will believe this is just a perfect scenario, and this perfect recipe would include those 6 main components which led us develop this fixed broadband market 2.0. First, Brazilian market. Regional entrepreneurs, which made possible that transformation, favorable regulatory framework, technological window, manufacturers, and associations. If you try to remove any of those 6 components, we would not probably be where we are today. If you remove a tech window, what is the effect of a technological window? If you remove them, let's suppose that MikroTik and WeBeagleTik did not exist. Can you imagine ISP, which was born with the IP network, or ATCL? And if the fiber windows was not able at that time, we wouldn't be able to have a market like the ADSL market that we have nowadays. So this tech window really draws everyone's attention. That's why the Brazilian market became a reference, and we have challenges, new challenges. And what is the main challenge of our fixed broadband markets such as Brazil? How can we progress? How can we drive a sustainable market and keep costs as reasonable as possible? We have a very unstable economic scenario and which operates under informality. Providers and carriers, they rely on internet, on connectivity and broadband, and internet will have a new type of access, and there are those inflection times when more pressure will be made into the market. I love this chart. Is there any room for growing?
Explicando rápido.
In blue, you see official added access per market, and in yellow, fiber accesses. The farther the distance between each one of the points, the better the market opportunities. In 2021, we had added 5.3 million in the baseline, but we had activated 9.1 million access. What is that difference? Well, we would offer internet even though they didn't have a fixed broadband. They had radio only. And if you take that to your base, they would migrate because of a churn. Both lines are getting closer one to another, the blue and the yellow line. By the end of this year, we are 3.5 million additional accesses, and lines, they are overlaying one to another. Is that bad? From a global market perspective, these numbers are amazing. Brazilian market, not quite. Why is it? This increase is not sustainable with 21,000 telcos. Before 9 million access, fine, just selling connectivity. But now the market is decreasing and the number of providers just increasing. Here we see the number of fixed broadband between 2020 and 2023. In China, they had added so many new access, 187 million new accesses. In less than 1 year, we grew more than all added access in France, Germany in 4 years. Globally speaking, we are doing fine, but for 21,000 carriers, we don't have enough room for all those 21,000 to grow. This is fixed broadband occupancy scenario. 57 million occupied, 21,000 broadband access. So much opportunity, a total of 32%. What is the current picture? According to the 2023 census, 90.5 million private households, 72 million were occupied, and 63 million households with fixed broadband. Here we are talking about number of households and not number of contracts. According to ICT, households, Anatel, and other surveys, this 11 million difference, they represent under notifications or those buildings with the 20 apartments, and they are cabled by one single building connection and not each one per flat. So we are here talking about occupancy and not contracts. So in terms of connectivity, we are talking about a really tiny space. And here, network planning. This is a real picture of the mean hired sold velocity in Brazil. Total number in October, 413. That's the Brazilian average. We might close this year with 30% more. In 2027, we estimate 825. Who has ever heard about Meta-4? This is a goal stated by Anatel, who says that by 2027, the average hired velocity by users will be 1 giga. How can we forecast that on a scenario which is less competitive for growth and with so much price war? After all, velocity became a competitive change, and this is exactly what we should be more careful about. And to close, whenever we talk about sales and non-consumption for fixed broadband in Brazil, which aims to increase it to 230% by 2033, which means that streaming, 8K, artificial intelligence, augmented intelligence, streaming, you name all of that, augmented reality, I mean. We are all facing global economic crisis, global inflation in dollars. In 2019, we would buy equipment abroad and the price in dollar would never go up or down. But today, the amount, the cost in dollar has changed. If we put everything in the same basket, 50% is the mean average, the mean value in 5 years, and 21,000 carriers. If they keep on selling just connectivity, and this is quite controversial, and here in the US, UK, and Germany, how to solve this issue? Increasing prices? No, competition will cover it. Other markets, they will reach some sort of agreement and put prices down. So we are suffering so much pressure, and there are just two pathways to follow. One, new service model, new business, new mergers and acquisitions, and if anything else is done, we have to start reducing investments, lose qualities, and non-compliance. What is the worst case scenario? Reducing investment. And if we reduce on investments and I increase the costs, the dollar is more expensive, manufacturers will be the ones to suffer more pressure and they will work under their limits. If within 3 years nothing else is done, we will indeed bump into quality problems. And regulatory agencies, associations, telcos, they know it's high time they look for a different pathway and not just connectivity. Otherwise, not everyone will be able to grow. So we have to reinvent ourselves.
And what's the new Brazilian market? We saw already some slides, but I'd like to bring this funnel. It's a frame that is similar to other markets. The difference is that the transformation in the telecom business is not only in Brazil, the market is changing. Everyone is reinventing themselves. The difference is whether you have a smaller or bigger market. In 2027, we see four major movements in Brazil, lots of M&As. It's a given, it will happen. The new pathway for the new access network, access and devices, this is going to happen very soon. We saw people selling plans of 800, 900 mega. We know the impact of that at the end of the day. The new core business, more and more connectivity as an end, as a means and not an end. You have significant connectivity. And here talk about quality. The digital skill of users. You're connecting people, no longer households. And all that based on a huge platform and ecosystem to give you speeds. The market's saying that. So we say that, coming out the funnel, transformation becomes a tech co. If you see the large carriers in the world, they are already working on that to reinvent themselves, to less and less depend solely on connectivity and have real transformation. So Brazil is a global reference in transformation. We have an opportunity of doing that before the others, because others are still running after fibers, digitization, quality, competitivity, and price. We are way past that, but we have this challenge so that in the future, in 3, 4 years' time, we say, can we replicate this model? I think we have a huge opportunity. So it is a good momentum for Brazil. Many challenges, and you have to help with the challenges. But still, I think it's a very good scenario for Brazil to be a global reference, Brazil being a model to others. And I think this is very important. Well, these are some of the insights I wanted to bring to you and information. I always joke around. I'm not trying to teach you anything, but just give you information that we see outside the market to Brazil so that you can make your own strategic decisions, models, and be able to navigate the problems. But we have not to do the same thing, but change. I don't know if we have time for questions. If you have a question, the material is going to make available to you. So if you want to use the QR code, if you want, I can send you the material. And if you have, a last minute question, it is okay. Any questions? Okay, Rubental, thank you very much. Thank you.
Dando sequência agora às nossas palestras, eu só queria antes dar um aviso. Nós temos carro Virtus na cor prata, na placa.
Just to let you know, we have a car. The license plate ends with 67 or 61, and it is right in front of the entrance door, so you have to remove it now. Well, now I'm going to call the Internet Society for a presentation, Camila Suzuki and Paula Bernardi. They are going to talk the Internet Impact Dossier, the proposal for a
Camila, por favor.
toll charge on the Internet. Camila?
Tá para ouvir, né? Boa tarde, todo mundo. Boa tarde a todos
Good
e todas que estão
afternoon,
aqui.
everyone who is here.
Eu sou Paula Bernardi,
I'm Paula
do
Bernardi
Society Global.
from
E
the
hoje a gente
Global
vai
Internet
apresentar
Society.
aqui o
And
dossiê de
today
impacto
we are going
internet,
to bring to
baseado
you
na
the Internet
proposta
Dossier
de
Impact
pedágio
based
na
on the
internet.
proposal for
Então, a gente vai falar
a
pouco
toll
sobre a
charge
questão
on the Internet.
do fair share
So we are going
ou
to talk a
do
bit
network
about fair
fees. Tem vários
share,
nomes, né,
network
para o que
fees.
se
There are
faz a
many
taxa na
names
internet, pedágio na
for
internet, que são
what
algumas
we
propostas
call
que
this
estão
charging on the
aparecendo ao redor do
Internet.
mundo.
Many
E
proposals
aqui
that
no
are
Brasil não é
coming up in the
diferente.
world, and it's no different in Brazil.
Deixa eu ver como eu faço isso. Eu vou passar para a Camila.
So I'm turning to Camila. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Camila Suzuki, and I'm the coordinator of the good group that works with responsibility at Internet Society, Brazilian chapter. It's a pleasure to be here to launch this dossier that is the result of the work of a group of researchers of Isaac Brazil. I'd like to thank Nick for the opportunity of launch the information at IX. It's always a privilege to be sharing the space with you. So I'm going to start by talking about Isaac Brazil. We are the Brazilian chapter of Internet Society. That is a not-for-profit organization founded in 92 with the mission of empowering people to keep the Internet as an open resource, globally connected, safe, and reliable. In Brazil, we have more than 900 members throughout the country, and we belong to different sectors of society. And we have four work groups: responsibility, sovereignty, significant connectivity, and cryptography. I'd like to use the opportunity to extend the invitation to you all who want to learn more about the work of Isaac Brazil.
Eu vou falar pouquinho sobre
So I'm
como
going
foi,
to talk
como foi
about
elaborada essa metodologia a
how the
partir da qual
methodology
o
was
dossiê foi feito
developed.
e a análise
And the dossier
específica
was
dessa
based on
proposta
this
de taxa de
methodology
rede
and also
foi
what was
pensada.
this
Essa metodologia
analysis
ela
of
surgiu na
internet
Internet
fees. The
Society
methodology
Global
started at
faz
the Global Internet
quase
Society
4 anos.
about
E é
4
uma
years ago.
metodologia que a gente chama
And
de
this is
análise
a
de impacto na
methodology
internet.
that
Ela vem
analyzes
inspirada no
impacts
que
on the internet.
provavelmente todo
And
mundo
it is
conhece de análise de
inspired on
impacto
everything
ambiental,
that you
que
know
é uma
about
análise que é feita para
environmental
todas as
impact
propostas de lei
studies,
ou
which is
regulamentação
an analysis that is
ambientais.
conducted for
No caso, a
all
gente traz essa
projects and
metodologia
bills.
para a
And
internet,
we bring
justamente para
the
pensar
methodology to the
como que
internet to
os
think
fundamentos
about
principais da
how the
internet
main
e a sua
foundations
arquitetura
of the internet and the internet
se seriam
architecture
impactados ou
could
não por
be
propostas de
impacted
lei
or not
ou
by bills
regulamentações
or
que são, enfim,
regulations
propostas no mundo inteiro.
that are
Então, a gente
proposed
tem
throughout the world.
5
So we
principais
have
fundamentos da
5
internet que
main
sustentam a arquitetura.
foundations
Eu
that
não vou
supports the
entrar
architecture
assim, em
of the
detalhes sobre
internet.
eles, porque a
I'm
gente
not
está
going
com
to
um
go
público
into
aqui muito
detail
qualificado. Se eu começar a falar
because
como a
we have
internet
a very,
funciona,
very
não dá
qualified
não.
audience. If I
Então, mas
tell you how
basicamente,
internet
né,
works, you're going to
para
fall
vocês verem
asleep.
como que é essa
So just for
metodologia, que
you
tem
to
esses
have an
5
idea of the
principais fundamentos
methodology.
de
So we have
arquitetura da
the 5
internet
main
e
foundations of internet
também são
architecture
os habilitadores ali
and
na
also the
direita
enablers to
que
the right
tornam justamente o que a
that
gente chama da
make the
internet aberta,
internet
globalmente
an
conectada, segura e
open
confiável.
source globally connected, safe, and reliable. What we do, based on proposals in general, as we did with the Connect proposal that Camila is going to talk about, is basically to bring these enablers to the proposal and identify which enablers would be negatively affected mostly by the analyzed proposals. So without any further ado, Camila.
Não, ainda sou eu falando.
So,
Aqui
no, this is
a
still me.
gente trouxe também
So
exemplo
here we
já de
also
aplicação
brought
dessa
to you
metodologia
an example for
e
the application
aplicação
of
em
this
país
methodology.
que é o único país do mundo
Application
hoje, que é a
in
Coreia
the
do
only
Sul,
country in
que
the world,
realmente
South Korea,
implementou o que a
that
gente chama de
indeed
taxas de rede.
implemented what we
Então, em
call the
2022,
internet fee.
a Coreia do
So in
Sul colocou essa política
2022,
em prática, foi
South
aprovada.
Korea
Lembrando que é um
passed
mercado,
the
né? A gente está
policy,
falando da
it was
palestra sobre
approved,
todas
and this is a
as
market we
características do
were,
mercado brasileiro de internet. O
seeing the
mercado da
presentation
Coreia
about
do
the
Sul em
Brazilian
relação
internet market.
a
And the South Korea
provedores de
market,
internet,
with regards
ele
to internet
tem
providers,
características muito diferentes do
is
Brasil.
very different from
Então, essa
Brazil.
ressalva, mas,
So this is
de qualquer
important that
maneira,
we
essa taxa de
know.
rede,
But
ela significou
anyhow,
também
this
uma
internet
ameaça
fee
muito grande à
also
internet. Em
meant a
2022, a
threat
Internet
to the
Society fez
internet. In
justamente uma
2022,
análise de
Internet
impacto
Society
sobre as propostas
conducted
que
an
estavam
impact
sendo
analysis on the
estavam na mesa naquele
proposals that
momento.
were on the table
Enfim,
at that point.
o
In
governo
the
e,
end,
e o regulador
the
realmente resolveu
government and
acatar a
regulators
taxa de rede e a
decided
gente
to
viu ao
go
longo
for the
desses últimos
internet
anos
fee,
um
and we
impacto bem
saw along
negativo,
the last 2 years
tanto
a
para
very
o
negative
ecossistema
impact,
digital como para a
both for
sociedade de uma
digital
maneira geral na
ecosystems
Coreia
and
do
for
Sul. Então eu
society as
coloquei
a
dois
whole
exemplos do
in
que
South
ocorreu
Korea.
lá, que é
Two
as
examples of what
plataformas, né,
happened there. First,
de serviço agregado, né,
platforms,
de valor agregado,
SVAs,
moveram os seus
moved
servidores para fora do
servers to
país
outside
com
the
o intuito
country
de
to
evitar
avoid
justamente essas taxas de
paying the
interconexão
fees,
dentro da
interconnection
Coreia do
fees
Sul e
inside South
também
Korea.
aí como
And also,
consequência
as a
houve um aumento da
consequence,
latência e
there
também
was an
degradação dos
increase in
serviços. A gente
latency
teve
and also a
o Twitch, né, que é
deterioration
um
of
aplicativo de
services.
games e ano
Tweet, that
passado
is
justamente
a
saiu
game
da Coreia
app,
do Sul, foi, né,
last year
justificando
left
que
South Korea,
o aumento
saying
operacional de funcionar
that
no
the
país e
operational,
também,
the
consequentemente,
increase in
esse
operational
aumento de latência
prices
que para uma plataforma
to
de games é
operate in the
essencial,
country, and
fez
latency,
com que
is
eles
essential for
se retirassem
games,
do país
made
comercialmente. Então,
them leave
aí
the
um
country
impacto
commercially.
prático bem
So a
negativo
very negative
dessa questão das
practical
taxas de rede.
effect
Agora sim,
because
eu
of
passo para a
internet
Camila para
fees.
falar do exemplo aqui
Now
no
I will
Brasil.
turn to Camila to talk about the event in Brazil. Well, our impact dossier analyzed this proposal that was made by Connexus on 23. It's called Compensation Model for Telecommunication Service Providers by Large Users. The proposal is based on the assumption that large users, streaming platforms, media, social media, use data massively, and they make substantial profit with this traffic without necessarily making investments for the maintenance and expansion of a structure. And this scenario would be a failure in the market that could be solved through the implementation of an internet fee. And they establish that the regulator should establish a threshold of traffic. As of then, a platform, if exceeds this threshold, would be subject to the collection of an internet fee. And as of then, platforms and providers could make agreements, free agreements, to establish prices to be paid, and also at what point of the network structure traffic would be measured. So it's not clear in the proposal that in the agreement, if in the agreement, providers and platforms could have exemptions. In our dossiers, for instance, we use these two scenarios. one a mandatory fee and the other an optional fee. But it's quite clear in ensuring that providers and platforms may have common free agreements based on these rules. And what really draws attention in this proposal is really neutralize or consider the infrastructure of the network to analyze the use of data. So in Internet Society, we analyzed the proposal that was submitted by Conexis in the light of the critical properties and enablers. And we found several impacts that apply to many of these properties and enablers, especially when you are relativizing network neutrality. You know that the Internet civil landmarks say that providers cannot discriminate, degrade, or block traffic because of commercial or technical criteria that are not necessary for the provision of services. However, charging for the traffic or imposing a financial barrier could affect the operational efficiency of the interconnection. And we know that in collection, you would not need a deep inspection of the data package. But we believe that imposing this financial barrier could lead to a deterioration of quality and even potentially block traffic. And that could prevent users of accessing content. Uh, and if not, could increase latency and reduce the quality of services because traffic could be routed to other routes, longer, more congested, and international. We know that historically, internet was developed based on this interconnection agreement, and that basically are based on the principle that you can have the connection since there are mutual benefits to all players. And this is the rationale that enables internet to operate in a decentralized way, ensuring interoperability and flexibility. The internet fee could change this rationale. We could see a scenario where different providers would have to pay the operating costs, would be negotiating agreements with the platforms, and others wouldn't. Or a different scenario in which platforms, if payments were mandatory, platforms would choose or prioritize which providers to work with over others. So we see a risk of the decrease of routes, the possibility of rights, and also a deterioration in internet resilience, that is, of the network recovering from its problems or finding alternative routes in the case of a trouble in network infrastructure. And in the end of the day, we also see that we might have fragmentation of internet services through the fragmentation of user experiences. There is platforms and providers are free to make agreements on prices, measurement points, and that can cause the user experience to be different depending on which agreement platforms and providers sign. So, in the end of the day, what we see in the proposal is that it does not bring measurements for the settle of accounts, for governance, which may lead to measurement itself not to be fair, transparent, and consistent. And in the mid long term, what could happen is that we would have a market that would foster commercial disputes, uh, anti-competitive practices, and there would be no guarantee that the amount of internet fees would clearly go to maintenance and expansion of the network. So, based on the critical properties and enablers that we mentioned before, we see that at least 3 of the 5 critical properties are negatively affected by internet feeds and 10 of 11 enablers. So, we are not going to go through each one of them, but the impact dossier is available to you all. If you want to take a look, just copy the QR code. Tobias, that has his hand raised, also has some hard copies if you're interested and can take them home. Just to mention, this is a discussion that is not over. Anatel included for its agenda of 25-26 to review the objectives related to the regulation of user duties, which establishes the possibility of an internet fee. We have a public hearing in the first half of 25 and a decision expected for the same year. And at the legislative branch, we have Bill 469 of 24 that forbids network fees, which was just passed at the Commission of Communication and now is going to move on to the Commission of Constitution and Justice. So watch out because that affects everyone, not only providers, platforms, but users. The impact dossier is part of a larger product called the Internet Fee. It is a project that started with the Institute of Technology and Society from Rio de Janeiro in partnership with the Brazilian chapter of the Internet Society, and information can be reached at this website. Thank you very much. And we are more than open to any of your questions. Thank you so much.
Alô? Oi. Júnior, por favor.
Eu não estava te ouvindo.
Sim, também não.
Meu nome é Júnior Coraza, sou da Telic.
Hi, I couldn't hear you. I am Júnior Coraza. I do not understand why we are discussing that, really. I don't see large providers or anywhere wanting to discuss the subject, and I don't know how it's taking so long for it to be denied. For most of the people who are here, the internet fee, network fee, or whatever other name they are calling it, fair share, is not fair. It is just a long dress that telcos wear to show that they envy the small CDNs because it is true, a small CDN with 30 employees has revenues that are higher than a large telco. So I think it's just envy. So what telcos have to do is simply what the person who came here before you said. Revolutionize your business, do new things, create new products. Selling the internet for the sake of selling the internet does not make you make money anymore. That's over. So telcos want more money because they're not able to make money from everyone, and they are envying the CDNs who are making money, and that's it. It is really sad to discuss something that is so obvious because I have the network, you have the content, is the fairest thing that we have ever in the history of mankind. Because you only have the network because you have content, and you only have content because you have network. So it's really sad to us all Brazilians to see that is sad.
Eu vou só comentar.
I'll
brevemente,
just
porque
answer
a gente só tem isso
briefly.
porque é uma rede aberta,
We
né? E
only
eu acho
have
que o
this
que a gente
because this
teve,
is
por
an
exemplo, na
open
TV a
network.
cabo,
What we
é um
have on
pouco esse
cable
exemplo
TV, for
de, né,
example,
é preciso que uma grande
is a
fale
bit
sim para um
this. You
conteúdo para
have
que
a
o
large
usuário
one saying
possa
yes
ter.
to
E na
content
internet,
so
com essa
that
premissa de uma
users
rede
can get
aberta,
this content.
né, a gente
Then
consegue
the
ter
internet is
também
an
hoje
open network.
uma estrutura muito
So
diferente
we only have
do que a gente teve até
this
então.
because of this structure that is very different from whatever we had before. Good afternoon, I'm Fernando Frediani. I think what is an important point in this discussion, I think what I hear in the discussions of fair share and those that defend fair share is the following. We have to be compensated by the use of our network. What use? It is the users that use the network. It is not the OTT. The user is paying you to use the network. That's what you're charging. That is the fee that you're charging. And then you go and you get the content. Can be from a local server, can be an OTT, a PNI. It doesn't matter. You have to decide. But there is not use of the network by OTTs. And that has to be very clear. I don't think it is a valid point to say that OTT use provider networks. They don't. It is the users that use. I don't know if you agree with what I'm saying. Absolutely. And we know that the discussion of internet fees is very controversial. And I agree. I agree with everything you're saying, but it is a discussion that is still up and alive. And every now and then it is a discussion that comes to the ecosystem, and that's why we have to take the discussion beyond the technical community so that we can indeed defend the internet as we know it today. And just one more thing, very quickly. I think there is already a very good balance, especially with the OTTs, the large content providers. They have, lots of OPEX. They have the hardware that is made available, and the provider is going to provide the cash fuel, the electric energy. So I think it is a good balance. Everyone wins. I think it's already balanced. It's already fair. What they get and what they offer to improve the user experience. I think it's very well balanced. Thank you.
Esse ponto sobre quem gera
Yes,
tráfego,
about
né? A
generating
consulta pública da
traffic,
Anatel,
the
ela
public
sempre
hearing of
volta a
Anatel
esse ponto, assim como a
always goes back
consulta
to
pública
this
que teve
point
na
that
Europa,
we
de
had a
que os
public
geradores de
hearing in
tráfego são
Europe
as OTTs, né?
saying that
E a Internet
traffic
Society,
generators
para
are
quem for ler, ou
OTTs.
enfim,
And
ver
Internet
os nossos
Society, if you
posicionamentos, a
want
gente
to read
coloca e bate
the
muito nesse
paper,
ponto de que os
we
geradores
say
de
that
tráfego
a
são os
lot.
usuários
Traffic
finais, né? São
generators
esses
are
fins.
users. And I think that's a very, very important point. Hi, I am Yubo from Sites Networks. I tell people that from now on, we are going back. We've reached technological maturity, and more we have the foundations of internet built. We went from fixed band. We had now, a discussion on internet neutrality. It's just another chapter. Every now and then, people, come up with something to attack the internet. And I believe and agree with everything that was said, but I would like to focus on the next step. There's going to be a public hearing in 2025. Any kind of mechanisms for us to officially demand from the providers that are demanding this a burden of proof to say that they have to charge OTTs because they're saying it's a problem, should be very serious, but there is not the burden of proof. So how can we work on this request? So they are proposing a solution to change the market dynamics, but what is the
Inclusive,
proof that
essa,
there is a
essa
problem?
submissão da Conexis, né,
Well,
que a gente faz, que o
Conex's
Conexis faz essa análise,
submission that
ele traz
is
justamente
what
essa
we talked
narrativa.
about
Então, há
is bringing
gráficos,
this
há
narrative.
uma
So there
construção
are
de argumentos
charts, there are, argumentations being built to justify the request. And what we do is that we try exactly to counter argument. And in the public hearing, we had several players bringing their positions, platforms, but not only healthcare companies that also have content. That is, several players that would be impacted. So all these contributions are available and they tell their own stories. We, of course, both here and in Europe, see a very clear scenario that when we have public hearings that are held by the regulator, on the one side you have large providers for, and on the other side, all the other players, civil society, universities, against. Exactly because of the negative impact for society as a whole. So I think this balance that we talked about is clear. What we have is to pressure the regulator for them to finally quit the attempt.
Maia, por favor.
Wagner Maia, da Abrint.
I am Maya from Abrint. I just have one consideration. Actually, it's a correction. When you say that telcos, they are after fair share, that's not quite true. As we all see previously, the curve is inverted now, and small players, regional players, they amount to 52% on an ascending curve, and regional players, they are not after fair share. So we are not talking about all carriers, but just a minority below 50%.
Moreiras, o último aí para a gente fechar.
Então, Antônio Moreiras, falando na minha própria capacidade aqui. Em primeiro lugar, parabéns para o pessoal do capítulo brasileiro.
First of all, congratulations for the ISOC responsible for the first chapter of Internet Society. My comment may sound quite silly, especially regarding the jargons, the terminology that we use to name the associations. And ISOC Brazil, they were very careful when they used internet fee. They didn't use the terminology fair share, but we keep using OTTs. And from a telco perspective, over the top, we are talking about telco networks, but here we are discussing about internet on an infrastructure, on an event addressing internet infrastructure. Does anyone will still doubt that CDN is full part of internet, responsible for traffic routing or peering? They are not over the top like others. According to the Brazilian regulatory framework, the telcos, they are also OTTs as they are over the top. So let's give the proper name to things. If you want to call them big techs, copy contented application providers, but let's not call them OTTs, please, because OTT is an acronym which will reinforce to this kind of idea, which is the way as how the telecommunications network act and not about the management of internet, which is the main topic of this event. Thank you.
Na sequência, gostaria de convidar o Paolo Lucente, da NTT. Paulo vai falar para a gente sobre telemetria na rede Young, explorando tecnologias e avanços.
Next, I'd like to invite Paulo Lucente from TNT.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
I am Paolo Lucente, and this is going to be your second presentation about telemetry today, which is amazing because it's often a topic that is underspoken. And so, I'm very happy that we are having two presentations this time about, the telemetry. And you will see how maybe my presentation will be a little bit more forward-looking, and the one of Danilo today was super spot on of what is going on today in network operators. Let me introduce myself. I work for NTT, the global IP network. So, if you have any needs for IP transit or DDoS protection, please find my colleagues out there. And I, take care of the monitoring of the network together with my other colleagues in my team. And another random fact about myself is that I very recently I signed with blood a binding contract with the domain authority of Republic of Serbia to get that email address Paolo Rizos.Rizos. I find kind of cool. And now that is my point of contact for anything in Brazil. My CPF is linked to that email. I love it. I just love it. Anyway, so this presentation was originally made with the great Salvatore Cuzzilla from Swisscom. But Salvatore is not here, so please take any views in this presentation as mine only. In 2018, yes, not quite on CNN, but at NANOG, it passed the news that SNMP is dead. There was a presentation made over there saying the title was SNMP is dead. And at the very same time, let's say the concept of streaming telemetry was introduced. What is streaming telemetry? It's first of all, it's a commercial name. So it's not defining a specific technology. And essentially, it wants just to say that instead of polling the network like we do today with SNMP, essentially we have a stream of information. And this information is structured according to some models, okay? And so it's not just text, it's not syslog, for example. And in retrospective, it's 2024. What we can say is that SNMP is not quite dead. I will not embarrass you to do the show of hands of who is still using SNMP, because otherwise all of you will raise your hand. So SNMP is not dead. And there are specific reasons these days to embark in something like streaming telemetry. That, like Danilo was saying this morning, you have to onboard a new technology while SNMP is readily available and it works for most of the things. So what would be these, let's say, reasons? One, Danilo said this morning, for example, was like when you want accurate timestamping, because when you poll the network, you have the timestamp of the poller or the timestamp of when the information arrives, but you never know when an event really took place, and that is very important. Second reason is whether you need very fast and accurate, telemetry, like instead of having interface counters every 5 minutes, you want sub 1 minute, for example. And another thing is, this is very true, that vendors are reducing their investment in SNMP. So what happens is that, like, if you, for example, run a network with the segment routing or SRv6, you will see that a lot of counters, they are not in SNMP anymore. So either you use a next generation kind of telemetry or you are cut out. You cannot properly monitor your network. Which is very unfortunate, because we live in a very complex moment where not only the information is in SNMP, not only the information is in one place. So they are divesting from SNMP, but the new technology is very difficult to onboard for operators. And so, like, it's, It's a quite complex moment for properly monitoring networks. Let's make a little bit of order because this presentation mentions Yang. Yang is a pretty cool name, I think, because it's yet another next generation. And it's a modeling language. So you have models. In a router these days, you have a database of all the models that the router is supporting. And so these days, I don't know if you know this, but essentially, no matter whether you use an API to configure the router or you use the CLI, essentially what you are doing is essentially using models, and the router will allow you to configure something only if it understands a certain model. Otherwise, you cannot configure the router. And this presentation is about the second use case for the modeling language Yang, which is not configuration, which is a topic that is very much spoken, but about the telemetry. So the export of, operational data out of the router in order to monitor, the routers. With the moment in which we are not polling anymore the network, but the stream of data is arriving from the routers to the collector, essentially what we do is that we could use a same model that we are using for IPFix, for monitoring BGP with BMP, for example. The same thing we can do also for Yang modeled telemetry. So we can have a network that is streaming data to a collector. You can do some post-processing, and then you can put it in big data. What is that we really desire from, from streaming telemetry, from, there is things that we always want, and I will not really comment on that because they are obvious. So we want it scalable, we want it efficient, we want it secure, right? But we want also it standard, right? And we want it interoperable. And interoperable is very interesting because if you think about interoperability for routing protocols, you think about vendor A and vendor B, and are they interoperating? Is Juniper interoperating with Cisco when we do, I don't know, MPLS or BGP, right? But when it comes to monitoring, you have yet another dimension, which is like the collector. So is vendor A and vendor B exporting me the same information so that I can use only one collector to collect both? Like with IPFix, with BGP, that is the case. The truth is that today, with streaming telemetry, we are not there quite yet. Discoverability is yet another important topic, because if you cannot discover the capabilities of the router, of the exporter, if you don't know which models it's supporting, if you don't know which version of the model and things like that, if you cannot discover, you cannot automate, right? And so discoverability is another very important thing. Unfortunately, we don't have all of this in the current incarnation of Yang modeled telemetry in our networks. Here I felt to summarize some of the important limits that we have. One thing is that like packets, they don't come directly from the line card. So that is impacting a little bit how fast it is and how scalable it is, right? And why we cannot export directly from the line cards is because the stack, the protocol stack, is very complex. And there is that much that you can do on a line card. So everything goes through a routing processor, right? So think about bottlenecks, right? The binary encoding. So like we said, the router internally, it's Yang, but it's not a Yang data that it's arriving currently to your collector. It's another binary protocol. For example, it's a protobuf, right? So you have to transcode Yang into another encoding, and that is a costly operation. Every transcoding is very, a costly operation. Another thing is the lack of semantics, right? So think about it. I mean, my favorite example is like, let's say that you poll a router or you ask a router like, what is the temperature? And the router will say 100. And you say 100 what? And then you think, probably it's Fahrenheit, because if it was Celsius, this thing would be already melting, right? And so you don't have the semantics next to the data that you are collecting. Again, lack of semantic, it means lack of being able to discover things and automate them. So, and then there is not a consistent dial-out strategy, probably more an implementation from vendor than what are the tools available today. So what is happening at IETF? IETF is a standardization body, and I am super happy to be able to contribute over there. Is that we are collectively among vendors and operators, we are trying to standardize something that is called Young Push, which is the Young Model Streaming Telemetry effort at IETF, so standard, okay? So what is that in which direction we are going, right? So first of all, what we said, we started at IETF in saying, what is that the operators really want with the telemetry? So we said one thing very important. We said we want accurate time stamping. We want to be able to specifically recognize who is sending the data, right? So we don't want to rely on layer 3, on IP to say, oh, this router with this IP is sending the data. We want to have IDs for the router, for the line card, for everything. And we want also sequence numbers because, and that may look something so basic to you, but streaming telemetry today doesn't have sequence number. So yeah, okay, you have TCP, you have everything, but what is the delay, what is the loss? I mean, we don't know, really. Another thing that we want is that, yeah, we want to send the metrics from the routers, we want to send them unchanged. So, for example, what I was saying before about transcoding. And then we want to learn about the semantics. And if there is a semantic change along the way from the router up to the big data, we want to have a track of it, right? So it's 1,000, okay. It was maybe bytes, and then along the way, we converted in bits per second, because that is what makes sense to us, right? So again, where are we going? What are the main innovation that we are trying to bring with the Young Push work at IETF? Massive scale out. You will see later that, for example, one proposal that we have is just to export data like we know, like using UDP. If you need some data that is very important, like on-change data, this interface went up and down and you cannot miss that information. So it's not just a counter. So that you can do with something reliable like HTTPS, right? But otherwise, stream the massive part of the data just in UDP, very simple stack. Model distribution, it's like what I was telling before, like we need to know what are the capabilities of a router. So have a way, part of the protocol to make the discovery so that the router can distribute the models, can say what are the version of the models. Again, model versioning can seem something obvious, but imagine that, different vendors, okay, they support different models, but also they can support a different version of the model. And imagine that you upgrade your, I don't know, Cisco router, then the old version of the software and the new version of the software may have a different version of the same model. So it's quite, model versioning is quite complicated, and we don't have a way today to be exposed about it, and we are taking care of that. Accurate timestamping, we said it, documented cross-encoding and decoding, meaning, for example, that if we use, let's say, a binary format, like at IETF, there has been the CBOR binary format being standardized. And the beauty of CBOR is that the schema language of CBOR is Yang, so you are not doing any transcoding there, right? And so like the Yang information is really from the router, it arrives to the collector. And then another very important thing is that we are really thinking about a protocol that is not just a router to collector, but it's a pipeline protocol. So we really want these Yang models to be extracted from the routers and to be alive, to have a life in the data pipeline when we are collecting the data. And I will have, let's say, a summary picture later about the envisioned architecture. So that is very important. And the other thing, like I'm coming from ITF, talking to you, and of course, standardization is super, super important. So from this slide, I don't want to, comment you in detail. I have a couple of slides. It's the same. It's two different views of the same idea that I would like to convey you, which is that, like, okay, what you have today in a network operator that is using, the current incarnation of streaming telemetry, and the work at ITF. So what you can see here is that there are some RFCs. RFCs is work that has been concluded and it has been ratified as a standard. And there is a lot of long strings. The long strings, each of those long strings is a document that is taking care of an aspect of the new Yang push, So you see, we have proposals for the versioning, for the data manifest, for metadata, what we should do with metadata and things like that. So there is a lot of activity, a lot of work. If you are interested into ITF and in tracking down these works, a lot of this work happens in the NetConf working group. And this is a different view of the previous slide, where you can see that, while we are not quite there yet, like, it's not that we have all the big names over here, the Juniper, the Nokia, for example. But what you can see is that already, for example, if you have a Huawei router today in your network, you can use the true standardized streaming telemetry from ITF, from Yang Push, because they implemented a lot of stuff. And the fact that you see already like somebody like Cisco on this slide is very important, because it means that a big vendor like Cisco that has already invested in the current generation of streaming telemetry, so in OpenConfig, in gRPC, GenMI, and everything, is now looking also into the new streaming telemetry, into Yang Push, and this, it's a big investment of development time for a vendor. So it's a very important signal that also who already made an investment in something, they are really looking at, Yang Push. And this is the summary slide of, let's say, how the architecture would work. Like you have a router, you have a collector. What happens is that, like, you can extract with the collector the schemas from, so the models from the router. And what you do is that you put these models in what is called a schema registry. Whoever of you that uses Kafka and knows about the Confluent platform, probably you know that there is a piece of the Confluent platform which is called the schema registry. And essentially what we are doing, one of the development works that we are doing, is really to have a schema registry that understands about Yang. So essentially what happens is that the router, we extract the models from the routers, we put them in the schema registry, so these models now live on the data pipeline. And then whenever we put data on this pipeline, like we put the data along with the schema ID. And the schema ID is the ID of the schema of the model in the schema registry. In this way, like when a consumer, which could be a big data system, for example, or a processor, right? They get some piece of data that could be binary with an ID, and they just go to the schema registry and they pull the ID, the model that corresponds to that ID, and they just download it, and then they can decode the data, right? And by having the young models in the schema registry, you can also make the metadata live throughout the pipeline, right? What is metadata again? Sequence numbers, timestamps, you name it, right? So what is that, where are we? So I already covered, vendors are making, an effort to implement Young Push. That is very important. But the truth is that if Danilo today was saying that gRPC, GenMI already, it's a steep learning curve, I would say Young Push is even more. It's, we are talking a little bit about something futuristic, right? Something that is needed, but that is futuristic. And what is the gap that we have? The gap is that, at ITF, we do a lot of standardization. So what is standardization? It's documents, it's words. But in the end, what you need is software. And so, like this fine gentleman would say, we need developers, 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 right? So to keep pushing Young Push, if you excuse the trocaginia. And so this is, if you are, this is the main gap that we have, the software. And, if you are interested into Young Push, just find me. I can, leave you with, what is the ecosystem at the moment. I can give you tips and on which libraries exist and things like that. Industry collaboration, it's growing. We have operators, we have Swisscom, Bell Canada, us from NTT. We have vendors. You have seen Cisco, Huawei. There is Confluent, of course. Confluent are the makers of Kafka. And ClickHouse. I don't know if you know ClickHouse, but it's a big data system. They are very much receptive to the idea of, bringing Young up to actually the Young models up to the big data system, right? So that then you can have a query language to interrogate in a much more meaningful way this kind of data. Maybe you too, maybe it is something that all I said that interests you. If so, maybe this is the link in this page is the great entry point for finding more information, for let's say finding the reference architecture, how we think this thing to be working. Very possibly this will not become a standard, but a architectural document to facilitate people to enter this into the Young Push world. And this is it for me. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and if you have any questions, even in Portuguese, I'm.
Por favor, Douglas.
Olá, tudo bem? Me escuta bem?
Sim.
Bom, eu não consigo, para falar a verdade, eu fico perdido em tantos modelos de monitoramento. E aí, quando a gente fala de flow, tem.
To be honest, I'm kind of lost with so many ways to monitor flow. We have a GMNI, Young, but gRPC or GNMI, its main feature is to be very synthetic and to save data, to be very simple and straightforward, which is exactly the opposite of Young, which works on too much information and documentation. Am I right? If everybody else is going after something that is buffered and more concise, don't you believe that Young will make things more volumetric with more information? If we throw that on a data lake, don't you think that is going to go into much volume?
we should make a difference between encoding and model language. So Yang is a model language, and it has to be verbose because you have to describe something. But the encoding, at IETF, we have the CBOR encoding, which is a binary encoding. It's like exactly the same as protobuf, you can say. But the problem is that protobuf, it has its own schema language, right? And so you have to always to translate Yang because a router only understands Yang. So you have to translate the Yang into the protobuf schema, and then you can use and make sense of the binary. With the CBOR encoding, you will have a binary, but the schema language will be Yang. So you don't have to transcode anything.
Entendi. E isso tende a ser economizar recursos computacionais.
And with that, we'll be able to save computational resources. Is that so? Will there be a time that this model will replace protocols such as IPv6
It is another fantastic question.
or S-Flow?
There was a big conversation recently at IETF because, let's say, IPv6 is already mature, but you have a new protocol that is BMP, BGP monitoring protocol, right? And what BMP does is that it encodes BGP messages with some metadata, and then it gives it to a collector. So there was this very question, exactly the question that you asked. It's like, okay, but if you have the streaming telemetry, why we have this other protocol here, right? And then what you see is that, like, BGP works with the fact that you have to have an initial sync up with all the information with the routing table, and then you need the periodic information about the updates and this and that and whatever. And that it's a true optimized protocol for what it does. So I don't see, to answer your question, that the other protocols will disappear, that the information will go, every information in streaming telemetry, but it's true that a lot of information will go in streaming telemetry. Definitely, you know, all the kind of counters that you can think of. But if there will be something super specific like collecting BGP, another monitoring protocol will exist still.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Muito obrigado, Paolo, pela uma salva de palmas.
Well, thanks, Paolo, for the presentation. Let's give him a hand.
Gostaria de convidar.
Now I'm going to invite to floor Tiago Setti from Edge Uno, who is going to talk about 800ZR, the evolution of coherent plug-in technology. Tiago?
Vamos lá. Está com a apresentação aqui já? Ok. Ok, vamos lá. Então, boa tarde, pessoal, vamos lá.
Good afternoon, everyone. The last presentation before coffee break. So I'm going to talk to you about 800ZR, the evolution of coherent plug-in technology. This is a bit of a complex title. I was talking to my brother-in-law and he asked me, can you explain the title of the presentation? And I couldn't because it is quite complex. What is plug-in? What is coherent? So fortunately, the audience will understand what I'm talking about. Basically, I'm talking about the transceiver, or for those that are older, GPIC. So it is a coherent technology, DWDM solutions within a transceiver mode that we have in the equipment. and 800 ZR is the evolution of 400 ZR. Technology that I already presented at IX Forum, that today is widely used and up in several networks in the world. So the agenda today is to talk about 400 ZR, just to tell you where we are coming from, then the traditional 800 giga, the most used model in short distance data center, and then talk about 800 ZR and a bit of what is coming next. So let's start with 400 ZR. This is a technology that is widely used, not only in Brazil, but we have several networks everywhere where the technology is present, and we can transport 400 giga DWDM in a SFT module inserted directly in the router or switcher. So this version adoption is accelerating. You see at the year of launch, so the yellow line, you see an exponential adoption of 400 ZR as of the second year. So it is a technology that the market indeed adopted as a standard. And with that, you have more efficient costs, you eliminate some failure points, and it's quite cost effective. So it is technology that was very fast adopted because of this. And this is what is expected from 800 ZR, the same rate of adoption. Applications. Well, long distance applications or mid-distance metropolitan regions, you can have a single system, one channel for 50 kilometers most, not a lot of amplification, or a bit of a more complex system. You have 400 or 64 channels of 100 gigas up to 120 kilometers. So these are the most common applications for the 400 ZR. And we're able to evolve a little. As a market, we're able to evolve with R+, basically using the same technology. You go beyond the 120 kilometers and do long distance circuits, and all that using a small module that we call transceiver or GBIC. So all this technology of 400 ZR, laser transmission, DWDM, coherence, so everything that enables reach and capacity is embedded in a model that consumes low energy and that has a very low cost compared to previous technology. We came from chassis, then CI, then CRT2, that is already a plugin, but today EXBR uses it largely in São Paulo, and other communications, transportation companies also use the technology. So talking about 400 ZR Plus, this is an update that the market brought. The ZR standard was ratified at OEF, but technology companies developed standards that were a bit more evolved, calling them Open ZR Plus or ZR Plus. And for these, we can reach other types, not only a point-to-point 400 gigas. Sometimes I want 300 gigas, but with more distance, 100 gigas in 1,000 kilometers. So ZR Plus brought this other use cases. So not only 120 kilometers, but 2,000 kilometers, or an ROADM network. Of course, with that, you're going to consume a bit more energy. We are getting close to 20 watts, but still very close to what the switcher can feed. no major problems with energy dissipation. So ZR Plus is already adopted most frequently today when you're going to buy or implement a 400 ZR solution. Generally, you're going to go for the Plus because you have more flexibility in terms of use cases, not only the 120 kilometers. Now, 800 gigas before going to the 800 ZR. 800 gigas Ethernet, what we call gray. It's not a DWDM. It is generally used within a data center to connect two pieces of equipment, two switches, routers. So adoption should accelerate as of 2025, and it is gain scale as of 26, which is the natural evolution of Ethernet. The chart shows the study of Ethernet doors that are sold a year. So Ethernet ports, I'm sorry. So you see the green chart, 800 gigas, but the higher volume concentrated 100 and 400. And we still have something of 10 gigas, 4 gigas, almost nothing. So we have this evolution that is expected in the market. 400 giga and 100 giga will take the most volume, but 800 giga will gain momentum as of 25, 26. In 26, we can have even the first modules with 1.6 tera. 800 giga in practice is 2 of 400. This is a standard as of February this year, using 8 lasers. So we have what we call 800 giga BR8, not the solution with the best cost effectiveness. And the main objective is to have this breakout of 2 of 400. So you see the ports of 800 gigas, you see 2 switches. In each port, you have 2 switches, and you have then 400 ports inside a same system. So 800 is a breakout of 400. You have closed 800 gig applications, but still with proprietary cables, the main focus is the breakout. And the new standard for 800 gigas is still being developed. So as you see, there is a work group that has already standardized the 800 giga that we use, SR8, DR8 this year, and you have another work group for the standardization that is expected to be completed in July 26. So we are talking about the whole of 25 and then another 6 months on average to have the standard ratified. Then we are going to see modules of 800 gigas, LR4 with more direct applications. Until then, we are going to use just the breakout of 400 ports or even 800 giga doors. So you have 8 lasers, you can have the breakout of 100 ports. So now let's talk about 800 ZR, which is the focus of our presentation. It has this evolution of 400 ZR with a greater capacity of 800 gigas, with some advantages that have already been adopted by the OEF. First, we are going to have 3 transmission powers. The standards is -10. In ZR Plus, we have other capacities, but you have class A, B, and C for different applications. Some are amplified, others are not. So you have from -13 dBs to 2 dBs of launch power of the modules. We also have a higher transmission rate. We are going from 60 gigabytes, the spectrum that uses almost doubling to 118. So a very simple math. For 100, you use 60 and you double the capacity to 118. And the ZR Plus would be an evolution of that. 800 ZR Plus would reach either other use scenarios. And a third evolution, a bit more complicated, is PCS, which is the probabilistic constellation modulation. It's very complex, but it brings a proprietary technology of large manufacturers and is standardizing an interoperable model. That is, several manufacturers are going to be able to use this technology with an even greater reach. And again, it is interoperability, so everyone would be adapting to 800 ZR Plus. So these are the evolutions and the technological advantages that are being adopted with the 800 ZR, and that will enable us to have higher capacity, better reach, and use cases very similar to ZR. So use cases, we talked about that. Access in metropolitan access, or in the case of ZR Plus, to have a long haul, 2,000, 3,000 kilometers, not being restricted to the 80 to 120 kilometers defined by OEF. And we are still developing and bringing this coherent technology to field environments and intra-data centers, that is, use coherent technology inside data centers. We are not there yet, but we are studying that. And most probably, when you least expect it, we are going to be using it for the solution of 20 meters of distance. But so far, it's using more classical scenario, metropolitan regions or long haul. So here you have a table for the use of the spectrum, because as I told you, we double capacity, but we double spectrum. And then you say, isn't there an advantage with that? Because you would be doubling the spectrum in the fiber to carry, but you have just one module, which is good. That will enable scalability, more ports, and lower cost. But it's true, with the fiber, we are going to be using double capacity. And so here, you see class 1 would be the 100 giga channels using a small spectrum, and then you double that to channels of 400, and then double again to channel of 800. So you're talking about 160, 170 gigahertz of spacing. That is what you see in class 3 for you to have an 800 ZR channel. Payload, 800 giga Ethernet. So we have a table showing 800 ZR will carry 8 ports of 100 gigas, or 2 of 4, or 4 of 2, or 1 closed. And then you can have 2 possible, the BAS or the ETC. So you have these 2 patterns that can be used. Now that we already have the standard of 800 giga, that should be the higher adoption. So the table shows what is going to be carried already according to OEF, because OEF, when they standardized, they defined 400 gigas, that's it. With ZR Plus, more of a market initiative, said, why not 300, 200, 100, 2 of 200, 1 of 4? So OIF is already adopting that for the 800 ZR. So you have different scenarios, not only 800 gigas, but 2 of 400 and 8 of 100. And here, standardization, as I mentioned, we have 2 charts showing the entities that are working on the standardization, OIF, that is basically ahead of 800ZR. They already were ahead of the 400ZR. And you have the Open ROADM, that is another body of the market that is defining 800ZR plus. So the plus model, we are going to have an interoperable PCS that will enable people to reach longer distances, and even with a worse quality fiber, I'm going to be able to go through 800 or 600 to 400. And not only Ethernet, it can be OTU channels or others. Physical format, has anything changed? You're going to ask me. Not really. We continue with the two most current standards, OSFP or QSFP-DD. It's a new standard. It is for 800 gigas, and it is automatically compatible to all those that became before. So if you have a slot that is 800, you can use any module. And those modules already exist. If you want to go to our booth, we have a router there with 36 ports of the 800, just for you to take a look and take a look at of the router. I don't know if you have modules there, but anyway, the router is there, and you can see a router with 36 ports of QSFP-DD. So these are the standards, the physical formats. Of course, OSFP still has a much greater adoption. And all this technology, embedded technology, you have a laser that is tuned, a DST with coherent connection, so you need heat dissipation. So don't touch it because it can burn. The modules get very, very hot when in operation. And talking about QSFP-DD, you have the whole generation, 112, 600, all of them interoperable in a larger module. Of course, if you have, a slot of 28, you are not going to have the 800 gigas, but you are going to have everything before. So that enables you to buy the equipment, but use two ports of 800 now, the others 100, and as you evolve your network, you go to 400, then you go to 800. So enables growth in a scalable manner. Now talking a bit about the future, what's coming next after 800ZR? What is the industry working with? What is the market discussing? Well, the Ethernet standard, this comes from the Internet Alliance. We already have the 400 gig standardized. The 800 as well. The next generation with 4 channels of 200 is being defined together with the 1.6 tera. And there we are going to standardize then 1.6 and 800. So we are already at this leap of 2 times. We will never see the 10 times leap any longer. 4 times, perhaps it was the last time we saw it, and from now on we are going to see 2 times leaps. 1.6 now, perhaps in the future 3.2, but we are not going to see the leaps that we saw in the past. And we have to do that in a way that it's cost effective. Of course, you could do that in a lab, but we are decreasing the speed of growth of Ethernet for commercial purposes. So what's coming next? 1.6 by mid-2026. And as I mentioned, this technology of coherent opticals are getting closer to smaller distance. In the past, we only used them for long haul. 100 gigas we did with the ZR module without needing a coherent technology. For 400 giga, you need for 40 kilometers. 800 giga, you need 40 to 100 kilometers. And in 1.6 tera, even circuits with 2 kilometers within the data center, we can use coherent technology. That means that optical modules are becoming more expensive. Transceivers are becoming more expensive to be implemented because of the embedded technology. And another trend that we see is OIF absorbing the standardization that we had before. This is growing. So OIF that did 400 ZR and 800, they are already talking about 800 LR. It was something that they did not work before. So they are already opening their wings to standardize LR. And they are talking about the 1.6 tera for, I don't know, 2 years' time, also standardized by OIF. So OIF is a body that is becoming more and more relevant in the standardization of Ethernet ports, not only for long haul, but also short distance. And the coherent 1.6 tera after 800 ZR, as I mentioned, we are going to have the 1.6, where we are going to double spectrum from 150 to 300 gigahertz, but using more capacity. So in this drawing, you see a sample mode. We would have 8 times 200 giga, and in the fiber 1.6 terabyte capacity in one single channel of 300 gigahertz. And in addition, we see that these modules are going through smaller distance. For example, this is by Siena. I think they even brought it to their booth just to show you it is the light coherent 1.6 because they don't work with long haul. So you change a bit of the sophistication of the electronics because you don't want to reach long haul. It's within the data center, but it's a DWDM system that is several channels with a short distance fiber. You can have 2 fibers, but if it is inside the data center, I'm paying a very expensive transconnect, then I can use a bidirectional solution, 1.6 tera bidirectional. Some people like it. And there it is, the evolution, a module that is bidirectional and 1.6 tera. So you could have 3.2 terabytes of capacity. It's a lot. It's a lot of capacity and it's a lot of technology to be inside the module. So this is already being developed. We have some experiments and 800ZR is already in production. The equipment is there, manufacturers already have it available, several case studies, real solutions with 800ZR in production. I believe it should get to IX next year. We should have presentations there and gain scale for the implementation of 800ZR. I know it is a very technical presentation, and that was a bit compacted because of the 30 minutes, but that was the best I could do, and I'm going to open for your questions.
Por favor.
André
Dias from Exonetrics. We see that more and more people are using more spectrum. My question is, do you think we have a lot to develop in technology, or are we getting to a limit of capacity in transceivers? Because we are talking about 800 giga and now 1.6 tera. Do you think we're getting to the limit? Well, André, today we are close to the limit, I think, for the heat dissipation of this module. So every evolution gets more and more expensive because you want to preserve density of 32 modules. In the past, we had equipment with 48 ports in a rack unit. Now we are talking about 36. So the space is being tighter. So probably we are going to evolve to 32 modules of 100. So the density decreases. As for spectrum, I think we still have a lot to go. These modules are DWDM, but it is modules that use very little space of the band C. So in the next generation, we see modules in the L band. So we can still use a lot of gigahertz there. Because the band is very, the fiber is dedicated to me, it is yours from head to toe, then we still have a lot of spectrum. So you would say that the greatest difficulty would be overheating and not necessarily the physical part of the spectrum. Yes, the fiber is not the limiting factor. The limiting factor is density and, this technology that consumes a lot of energy and dissipates too much heat. So if you have modules close to one another, you have too much dissipation of heat and too much energy. Okay, thank you very much. Fedeli?
Obrigado pela apresentação, muito legal essas atualizações que você traz para a gente aqui da tecnologia. É interessante ver quão rápido tem acontecido.
It is interesting to see how fast it is to see the release and adoption of a new technology. Everything it's been much faster. We have early adopters. And despite some enemies, BD is winning. Just a piece of curiosity, in 2021, you told us that 400 giga would be the holy grail. How about the 800 giga? Yes, I remember that. If I had named the 400 as being the holy grail, how about the 800? How am I gonna name and call the 800 giga now? I rather not use any expression, no terminology. So let's not lie and not bet against none of them, not even against BD. Julio, please. Hi, Thiago. In your presentation, you showed us the connector with a stack of 2 slots. Can you place 800 ZR below it? Yes, I can place one face in the other. Theoretically speaking, manufacturers, they can still embed that, both of them. Probably they're going to decrease the size. Maybe they're going to go down from 36 to 32, but each manufacturer have their own magics. Operators, they know what to do. The manual says use or follow the zigzag standard or pattern. What is that zigzag? Well, you go a bit to the right, a bit to the left, as if you were on a zigzag mode. That will rely on the technical design. It will depend on the manufacturer's preference. But according to standards, there is no limits. Yeah, no magic. It's just a matter of energy and heat. Okay, thank you, Thiago. Big round of applause.
Agora vamos para o intervalo
Now
e
it's coffee
voltaremos
break.
às 16h30.
Please be back in half an hour. Thank you.
pessoal. Boa tarde. Vamos retomando aqui para o nosso último bloco. Gostaria de convidar o
Hello
Leandro.
there. Next, we have Leandro Bertoldo, who will start our last panel of the day, and he will address the impact of the floods in the infrastructure of Rio Grande do Sul.
Ah, mas não vai ver isso aí, o laser não vê. Tá bom.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Bom, a ideia tá uma imagenzinha bonita aí, né? Eu pensei, vou colocar uma figurinha mais da época, mas eu acho que é uma boa imagem para a gente começar, tá?
I guess this is quite a very interesting picture to start with. And this has just been possible thanks to the help of several people like Renan, Pedro, Gabriela, and Milton from NIC.br, Cesar from Pop RS. So the idea was to share with you what we did during the flood and how has that impacted telecom. First, we had to understand the frequency and intensity of climate changes and to be able to see information like that. And there we were right in the middle of the problem with several fibers going down, data center access, and we were not prepared for that, despite having had signs of that being able to happen. If anyone still doubt that that will become common, climate episodes, they are becoming much more frequent. We have a number of disasters related to cyclones, floods, and something else. The global south is the most affected area.
Então, a gente tem que se preparar disso de alguma forma.
So we have to get prepared somehow.
O que a gente tem que mudar? O que está de errado?
What should we change? What can be improved? You probably have seen what happened in Spain with a similar event a month ago. Same has happened in Germany, but with a much lower impact. How different is their infrastructure in relation to ours?
Muitos de vocês eu incomodei bastante ligando e buscando dados para quem conseguia disponibilizar.
I had got in touch with many of you so you could get the information anonymous. So we got information from optical fiber, data center, long distance circuits based on CMET, and the impact that we were able to measure over Rio Grande do Sul IX. That became available in our hub until that is present in a fixed repository. If anyone has got additional data and would like to help, thank you so much. The more, the merrier. We also have 2 articles, one published this year and another one that will be published in the Equity and Assets publication of next year. If we take a look to the past, that is not new at all. In 2015, there was a heavy rain and some other floods, and also a number of other heavy rains. Those who work with providers, you know what that means. From June to December 2023, we had 9 cyclones that went through the same state, and that was the situation in one of our main energy stations in November 2023. That was already an announcement of what could take place. Unfortunately, we don't have enough measurement points to have a more exact, a more precise or accurate information about possible cyclones or twisters or things like that. We are not able to forecast or to anticipate and to prevent ourselves even 1 day or 2 in advance. Those who had their data center affected know exactly what I mean. If you had that information 2 days in advance, much could have done. Well, this is a picture of the horse over the roof, and to the right there is a chart explaining what happened. It started raining on April 27th, and on May 1st, that volume of water started affecting the mountains, and then later the main city of Porto Alegre, the capital of the state. This map has been created by the UFRGS Research Center. If there were no access to the fibers connected to the internet, probably that would not be possible. The state population used that map for further forecast. So you have the current status and what to expect in the coming weeks. We have 2 models, an American and European one. Those who haven't been to Porto Alegre, on the left, you can see the metropolitan network of research and education. Porto Alegre is 1 meter higher than the sea level. That's the altitude. And to the right, the affected area, the area that was affected. So you can see how much that was. The Institute of Hydro was able also to analyze the RNP presence point where PPTIX is in Rio Grande do Sul state. So we could know at what level water would reach. Maybe another 1 meter with a total of 6.5 meters. Until 5.5, fine, and it went up as 5.35. So in addition to the river Guaíba, which went really up, we also had natural causes and human causes. How about the natural causes? Too much rain over the mountains, and there you can see the Guaíba's basin. Guaíba is the name of the river, with several affluents that will end in the Guaíba River. The rain started over the mountains, which went down to the rivers, and with a much high speed reached the capital of the state. There is a large lake with an exit to the ocean, but a really strong south wind pushed water back, and the water could not be drained to the ocean, letting the level of the water much higher in the city. Back in the 70s, due to a similar episode which took place in 1941, they constructed this deck that worked quite fine, but after May 3rd, that wall could no longer cope with the volume of water. A number of water pumps, they could not cope with the water volume, and several episodes took place. In red, you can see what has affected mainly the deck areas. So we had heavy rains on May 1st, responsible for sliding mountains, bridges, and several fibers in the countryside of the state that were ruptured. Fibers and cables. May 4th,
foi data center que era da Incumbent, né?
An incumbent data center called ELEA, which was recently constructed by the state of Porto Alegre, by the City Hall of Porto Alegre. Those that would move to that area would get a number of tax benefits, and that area became an area for data centers. So there were quite many over there. Providers had a great idea to release a home signal, so all operators A, B, or C could connect one to another during the event. Most of the rescue communication was done thanks to WhatsApp messages. I don't know if there was any other methodology, but WhatsApp was the main of communications. Then data circuits have affected universities, hospitals. That was not a very easy task. In the meantime, we had energy and water storage, replenishment. May 9, we operators usually do not pay attention that we merge just cables under usage. How about a situation like that? How can you reach a underground box for a link? So a takeaway message was, in a situation like that, whatever is underground, you have to unite, to link one to another, otherwise you may need it. Those boxes that were merged, they were able to be merged they were able to merge one data center to another, and the state crisis office was able to move from the flood region to another one, a much drier region. This is an overview of a trinocular view from the University of California. Professor John Hayden is responsible for this design. This design is able to monitor whatever is active or non-active. The problem started over the mountains and now moved to the capital, Porto Alegre, where several monitors are lost on the way. We are quite used to filtering SMPs, and this map was built thanks on ping, echo request, and echo reply. We are able to measure if a certain region is having a problem or not. So the ping system was quite helpful. In addition, we had another one based on routes, and this is based on SMP queries. ICT's impact. We had faced a number of physical damages, lamp posts, Imagine boats under rescues, and the lampost's height, it's around 4 meters, and some places water went as high as 4 meters, and you are going by with a boat. And on the way, if you find cables, what to do? You cut them during the rescue operation. In addition, we had so many trucks, and thank you so much to those who helped with the water, clothing. But trucks, they were quite high, so a high number of trucks moving around the town. With that, several other cables were ruptured as well. Usually, we have energy blackouts for 1-2 days, a maximum of a week, but here we are talking about a month blackout. So generators had to be replenished somehow, and most of those generators were in the basement or in the lobby area, ground area, I mean. And on a second wave, the city was short of generators, where new generators had to be bought or batteries replaced to make them work somehow to reestablish energy whenever possible. In the city of tourists, a cell phone provider usually operates on the top of a building, the rooftop of a building, and generators are replenished up there. After a few weeks, some of those rooftops were totally abandoned because taking fuel once or twice a day to the 25th floor is not an easy task. So after a while, operations like that were aborted. Service quality degradation. Mobile networks, they were directly affected, and they represented a key aspect. With the frequency that we have on 5G networks, our reach is 600 meters. And here we are talking about kilometers of areas that were underwater and not just meters. So here you see the size of the damage. Light posts that went down. Many other infrastructures went down. Over here, we have access to two networks. Metropole on the left, with 200 kilometers reach, and on the right, an access provider 500 kilometers. That's just their backbone. In pink, we see past climate events and how have they influenced the rupture of the network. We have their episodes since 22 with cyclones, heavy rains, storms, and on the right, even after the event, breakage and ruptures continued. Of course, too much garbage to be collected, and even now, October, November, we still went through a number of problems. Long distance circuits. 20% of the long distance circuits, they were out of services, but they were reestablished after a while. A map of data centers. 21 out of the 35 data centers, they were out of services, most of them in that central hub area. How about Porto Alegre Internet Exchange?
Vocês podem ver que o tráfego caiu no início de maio.
Traffic went down in the beginning of May, and on the right, this is the newest chart, but yet there is no full recovery. We cannot tell exactly what happened so far. We still have to better understand which paths have changed. Within IX, here we see a number of reached ASs, especially because IX was working most of the time. 16 providers, they asked for bilateral agreements. Right in the beginning of May, they used the IX infrastructure to reconstruct their network. There was a drop in long-distance circuits, so that lowest piece of the chart shows that the mean length of AS that will reach IX went down. Therefore, long-distance circuits, they were totally out of services. Here we have end users measurements in terms of internet quality, according to CIMET. During the event, there were more users measuring, single users, I mean. Each user was measuring 2.8 average. They want to know what was taking place with their network, because the city was partially affected, and the users' quality perception during this period of time went down. Papers, they address in detail all their feedback about their level of satisfaction according to the quality of services. Out of those schools that were measured, 119 of them are not back to business yet. We managed to visit 5 of those 100 schools. Some have moved their computers from school to their homes, but not all schools are back to their activities. The upper map shows the number of schools in the metropolitan area which were active in the worst measurement week, and there you can see the size of the state, so you can understand how measurements were taken during this period of time. It was kind of a blackout. We are also able to measure, similarly to that triangular system, and based on users' experience, we can tell if there is something else happening in the region. That peak shows advantage points, and we can clearly see an increase above the baseline. The blue dots, they represent those worsened 28 seats, and below, the cities that were underwater with an emergency status, and others in blue that were not under emergency. Questions? Is it possible to protect a data center with a protection barrier like that you can see in the picture? Well, we try our best, but sometimes we forget that there are ducts getting to data centers, and ducts, they work like water pipes. So unfortunately, there isn't much protection to do. It's useless to close the duct or to use a polymer for sealing purpose. There is nothing to be done. The only thing is to prepare yourself or to prevent yourself in advance. And how could ISPs get prepared for the event? We have a video. Let's see if it runs. How they kept their operations in one of their POPs. On the roof, they were able to move their POP operation to the roof. They pull fibers and they let everything working underwater, even with people trying to steal their generator and stuff like that.
So what we have learned so far based on the data that we have and the correlations of several sources that we have. First, there is no way we can, if the several cyclones and storms continue, we cannot have aerial networks. Today, Brazil has 1% of underground, São Paulo 10%, Porto Alegre 9%, but on average 1. So if we want more resilient cities, we have to go underground. It is expensive, yes, but people calculate 15 times more for underground and fiber energy and fiber cables. And the Association of Providers said 50 times more expensive. But other governments use initiatives such as the city administration opens the duct and then holds an invitation to tender. Because if you tried to go underground in a large city, you know that the map of the city administration says you're going to find the gas duct at 1 meter deep, or the rain duct at 5 meters. And then you go there and you say, no, this is 7 meters deep or 4 meters deep. So documentation is not exactly what happens in real life. So in my opinion, it is the city administrations that should coordinate the effort instead of outsourcing that to the companies that are going to actually execute the work. Another thing that we notice is risk management. The norms that we have, 27,000 to 2237, are standards for security of data center, floods, and etc. But they have a time scope of 5 to 10 years, so 1940 and eventually now. So they have to be rethought. We saw data centers installed less than 600 meters from the river, too close. So this kind of standard has to be revisited. Another thing that we saw in terms of collaboration, providers were able to reestablish much of their network through collaboration. So you should imagine that the logistic problems were huge. For you to run short distance, it was a trouble because there were some barriers. It was complicated. There was a lot of donations and sharing of infrastructure and equipment. And it is what enabled things to work. What we did not see is an effort for data collaboration. People still think that their data is their own and should not be shared. And I'm going to share some differences with you. Not as much, but anyway, that are important. In terms of fast response, the response of telecoms to open the network to mobile networks was crucial. That was very good. We have to be prepared. On the other hand, alerts never got to the population. No one had an alert on their mobiles. So this is one of the things that we have to improve. So much so that locations where people are should be taken into consideration if you're going to receive an alert or not. Because today you have several alerts, but you have to send the alerts to different regions based on, I don't know, your cell phone number. Another thing that we saw in terms of long-term recovery is that we have to consider how we can access an underground network if it's not available, for instance. So we have to have some kind of spare connections, the backup data centers. People had backup data centers very close to the original one, so they lost their operation. In the US, you have guidance that the other data center has to be at least 30 kilometers away. And I follow this being a possible standard for data centers in the future, and different physical places, and preferably with different sources of energy. In Brazil, this is a bit complicated. So what kind of actions were taken? In 2023, 1 year before the event, uh, thanks to that sequence of cyclones, there was a new law passed in Porto Alegre saying that everything from now on had to be, from then on, had to be underground. And the city had 15 years to go underground. So let's see what is going to happen in the coming years. So at least in terms of government initiative, it was very good. Another actions that we noticed were the following. We have to learn from what happened elsewhere. Katrina, for example, in 2014, Obama's office decided we need data to know what's going to happen and better forecast what to do. What it was the data center, what kind of failure, what kind of energy, and for that we need data. So Obama created an initiative of open data for this kind of event, which would be very necessary for Brazil because data from cell phone operators, access providers, and etc. are very hard to get. And this is my own experience. And much of the data that we do have that are released by the telecom agency is not quite reliable. So I think the margin of error between what is actually there and the data that the agency holds is so huge. Challenges for the future. The whole world wants to put an end to 2G and 3G networks. Our problem is that the reach of 5G is a lot lower than 2 and 3G. So if you look at the map on the left, you have an idea of the reach of a 2G and a 5G network. And on the right, you have the reach of networks 5G in the affected area. That is, if it weren't for 2G and 3G, all the help, requests for help, communication would have been down. So that has a direct impact on what frequencies are to be used for 5G and 6G from now on, and that they have to take into consideration that these events might happen again, not only in Brazil, but elsewhere. Well, thank you very much, everyone. If you have any questions, I'm here for you.
Obrigado, Leandro. Eu, por favor.
Leandro. Yabi, I am Ibi from Six Networks. Thanks for the presentation. The outlook gave us clarity about what was going on. I have one question about one of the points that you raised. I don't know if it showed in your research. My concern is acceleration or underground networks. I understand the initiative of having safer networks and even a better landscaping, but I'm afraid that when we have underground networks without a good model, we are having an oligopoly. So this diversity that we have is not going to happen. It's going to be just a very small pool of companies. With the increase of merger and acquisitions, we are going to have just too much consolidation. In Porto Alegre, do you see a concern in avoiding this concentration, or the government still does not see the risk? To answer your question, I would look back. Remember, when the telecom companies were privatized, the whole underground infrastructure stayed with a single company. I mentioned that you know that it was a mistake because we had ducts that could be shared without having to build new ducts. Because of the pressure of carriers wanting to keep the monopoly, that's what we had. And then everybody went aerial. The model of other countries work. The administration opens the space. So as of day X, we are going to open this. If you're interested, it is open, then go and fix your cables. Of course, a new company 10 years later is going to have to rent space, but there are several companies that can have bare cables. So it's a way of minimizing problems. But from what I understood from the law of Porto Alegre, a movement that started now, it is to try and organize consortia that are going to work with the cables. But organizing consortia is complicated and very vague. So in my opinion, I think it has to be better organized with more transparent terms how it's going to be done with, I don't know, invitation to tender, a bidding process, I don't know, because this law is already on. So whenever you're going to start with a new fiber, it has to be underground. And then a provider goes there and opens a duct. And then you say, what's the size of the duct? I don't know, 2 inches. Then you cannot share. So I think they should have a bit more effort to organize the initiative.
Douglas.
Thank you. Douglas?
Olá, Douglas Fischer.
Hi, Douglas Fischer
Uma das
here.
questões que você colocou ali, que
One
foi
of
justamente
the
no final, e que eu
issues
fiquei
that you
bastante interessado, foi a
raised
questão das
that
frequências
really
das telefones
interest me
móveis.
were
E eu
the
queria
frequencies
aproveitar
of
os ganchos ali do
mobile
questionamento da frequência do que
networks.
era da TV para ver
One is
como
4G,
isso, se
that
você
was
tem
from
acesso a algum
TV,
dado em relação
if
a
you have
isso.
access to
E
data
que
about
cenário, não sei se
4G.
tu
And
acompanhou
also, I don't know
apresentação
if you
sobre o
saw
TV
that,
White
but there
Space, que
was a
também está numa faixa
presentation
5
of
giga,
TV
e
white
muito
space that
provavelmente
is 1
teria
giga
bastante
and
interessante.
probably would have a very
Existe,
interesting
e aí,
effect on
além
that.
disso, tem aquela suposta
And in
faixa de frequência que
addition,
seria
you have
para
the
segurança pública
supposedly
e tudo mais. Como
frequency
é que isso
band
tudo
for
aconteceu? Você
public
tem
band.
acesso a alguma
So,
informação disso e
do
pode
you have any
compartilhar conosco?
information on that you can share with us? Well, right now we are starting a survey to take a look at frequencies, what the best model is, because that's not only a problem in Brazil. This is a problem everywhere in the world where people want to extinguish 2G, 3G and use 5G and 6G, then that's it. I still do not know of anyone that thought of an emergency situation where the cell phone is so important for you to ask for help. In a city like Porto Alegre, the area next to the stadium is very, very densely populated, and it was very affected. And about the saturation of operations, did they consider the possibility of repetition of maximum band for you not to have any kind of saturation in the ERBs? Not that I know of. This is one of the points, when I mentioned the Obama case for the sharing of data and everything, if you cannot have data from providers at the agency, it is a problem, and I couldn't get information from them. So providers themselves have to make data available. Different from the US, where you have, a recommendation, a regulation from the White House saying, do share information, open your data, then it's complicated. Even if it's only the government that is going to have access to data, but nobody is looking at that. Thank you. It's not a question. Flávio Amaral called me now. We were at Meta. I don't remember if it was April the 27th or May 4. We had the schedule for the activation of Meta's POP, and the process was canceled, and they just activated their POP right now. They have 150 giga, and he asked me to let you know. Yeah, today I did not collect data. That's good. This is another possibility. The question is why the normal one didn't come back. We don't know if there were new agreements, if traffic was rerouted to a different provider other than IX. We still don't have this information. Yeah, I tried to look into that. I really don't know. One information we had is that perhaps the number of providers decreased and the telecom infrastructure was destroyed, and therefore you had a lower number of end users. I really don't know. The next step, the recommendation is really cross data. Yoda, just to try and see the outside vision, what we had of routes and what we have today. So it's still something that we have to do, but we haven't yet. Good afternoon. I'm Moses from Econet, a provider from Itaquera, a district of São Paulo. I was a bit late, but you work in the south of Brazil, so most of your knowledge comes from the south. But living in São Paulo and knowing that our state is one of the main states in the country and the city of São Paulo is so important, I might be wrong, but out of NIC.br, I never saw a concern on resilience. I saw NIC.br talking about resilience, but there is always the financial issue. Do you think with time, what happened in the South is going to be forgotten as everything that happens in Brazil? And in a few years' time, even people from the South forget about resilience, you know, that they got together when there was a problem, that they forget all about it and just remember it when they have a problem again. I'll tell you, I trust numbers. And if you look at the trend, we are going to remember that much sooner than expected. In the city of Porto Alegre, right now, all the infrastructure, even, the poor infrastructure that we had for the protection of town, no longer exists. And the trend is that March, in April, we are going to have rains again. It can be a drought, but perhaps it's not. So I think the climate is going to be a very good reminder. I don't think we are going to have the time to forget because of what has been going on in the last 10 years. Thank you.
Obrigado. Última pergunta, bem rápido.
Last questions, quick, please. I am Jean Paleto. You talked about grounding fibers, underground resilience. We know that it's very fast and cheap to recover aerial infrastructure. Do you have experience of repairing underground structure? And do you think underground infrastructure was an item that caused delays? I would say that of the two providers that we analyzed, no problem underground, but aerials more than, I don't know, 1,000. And how about the flooding of ducts, muds? No, nothing was affected. Okay, what I said in the beginning is that one of the activities that has to be done underground is that all the boxes have to be fusions. We only connect to the fibers where you have customers. And with that, you have the fusion so that you have less operation underground. Because if you have, I don't know, 30 kilometers underground and you have to connect another customer, you have to, I don't know, work with 20 boxes, 10 boxes. So as for mud, yes, we had mud. Both drainage of the boxes, removal of rainwaters and ducts, of course, they were covered with mud. It is more expensive. I have no questions about that.
Leandro, muito obrigado pela apresentação.
Thank you, Leandro. Thanks for the presentation.
Gostaria de
Okay, now I'm going to invite to the floor the IX team, Milton, Júlio Moreira, Fábio, and Salvador.
Rodrigo, infelizmente, nos abandonou.
Rodrigo, unfortunately, has left us.
Agora, nos próximos 40
next
minutos,
40 minutes,
iremos ouvir vocês
we are going to hear from you
com
and
o
talk
tradicional Fale com o X.
in the traditional Talk to IX session.
O Júnior já está arredando a cadeira ali, como se diz lá nas Minas Gerais.
Okay. You are on the hot seat now.
O Frediani já está feliz, que o Thiago já comentou que a bid direcional será no futuro próximo.
Frediani is happy, saying that Thiago already said that bi-directional is coming. So some points are already settled. We are fine. 2 minutes and that's it.
Antes de começar, queria comentar com vocês
start, I just like to make a quick comment. I just got from the communication department that 815 people were present here on site. What a record. It's wonderful to hear about that, to know that the event was a success due to all the feedbacks. Thank you to the community.
Estamos abertos a ouvir vocês, o microfone está disponível.
Deixa eu ver. Não, mas o meu não é pergunta, não. É só, não deu tempo de eu comentar na minha apresentação, mas
it's more like a comment, and I'd like to congratulate you for this year's event. I wish I had told you that before, but that's very, very good. This is my feedback to you. The event is beautifully organized.
Tá tudo, acho que muito bem feito e dá para perceber o carinho que o pessoal coloca no evento.
And we can tell how much love is devoted to that.
Não, legal. E aproveitando também vocês como patrocinadores.
And you, our sponsors, 33 companies supporting us.
Nos ajudando. Não sei se o Milton, o Júlio quer comentar alguma coisa.
Acho que o importante é...
Júlio, any comments? A positive feedback is key. And I try to keep on improving. We do our best. Let's see how far we can go. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Às vezes é clubismo que a gente vem fazer aqui, todo mundo brinca, mas... Seguindo as palavras do Thiago,
following Thiago's words, we see a huge development in this event, and feedback is always important, being a positive or a negative feedback, regardless.
Seja ele negativo ou positivo, e até hoje a gente não foi decepcionado por
vocês. And so far, you have never disappointed us.
Tive em alguns momentos no Galvão esse ano e comento isso que a Semana da Infra é a nossa...
Infrastructure Week is the week to celebrate.
E vocês estão de parabéns pelo evento.
And I would love to congratulate you. Wonderful. And the community sense that you have. We feel part of the community, so congrats.
Eu vou ter que dar parabéns mais uma vez. Não vou falar diretamente para o Fábio, porque eu sei que seria injusto, porque muita gente trabalhou nisso. Mas
I have to congratulate Fábio. Yesterday, during your presentation, I got so impressed when you to hear that you left Brasilia and you brought the VPN to Brasilia, because we have problems in São Paulo, a huge one to be solved. So to leave the federal capital that is small and to come here with all this certainty, well done, congratulations, and rest at ease. If there will be any problem, NIX stop, I will say they are doing whatever you have to do, and everyone complains.
Júlio, eu sei que trabalha muito nisso também.
Fábio, Júlio, I know that you work with that, so congratulations.
Dito isso,
having said so,
eu queria ouvir um pouquinho de vocês.
I'd like to hear from you.
Esse ano com a notícia que nós temos um grande player de X vindo para cá.
We have a very important IX player. I see that as being positive. And how do you see that? Can you tell the communities? I don't see about competition. It's just, you know, a look.
Mas eu queria que vocês, a comunidade, eu estou dizendo isso pela comunidade, porque eu passo para as pessoas.
I'm talking about the community.
Mas eu queria que vocês explicassem para a comunidade. O que vocês falam para mim? Gente, está tudo bem. É só um amigo nosso que está vindo trabalhar na mesma equipe que a gente.
Just a friend who is coming to work at the same team as we are. You may be brief.
A comunidade está preocupada.
Júlio?
Não vejo porque...
The community is concerned. I don't know why. We are not closing our doors, nothing like that. It's just another player that is coming to Brazil. They want to work here, they want to operate here. They say they have a great focus and they have demands from European companies. And they are starting here, their operations. There is nothing we can do to prevent them from, you know, participating or having their operations in Brazil. We thank them more jobs, more employment, more money. And our goal is to offer a better services. We are going to improve it to have a quality of service as good as theirs. I'm not saying that theirs is not fine or their resources. We have issues to improve and we are going to do our best.
Mas para a gente ele é simples.
But that is a simple new player as well as Econis. 5 or 10 years ago, IX at Econis is just a coffee on a restaurant.
Vocês precisam recordar pouquinho aí, né? Quer dizer que se vocês se recordam, quer dizer que nosso
I don't know if you remember, but our project started in 2004, celebrating now 20 years. For many years, we were inviting that IX, which took that first IX at FAPESP to their data center in Barueri. And it took 10 years for them to reach the decision to connect to IX. This new player probably has a different footprint. And we have been following the world scenario, the global scenario. Several capitals like London, Amsterdam, several IXs, Frankfurt, same, several IXs. Now, this is what we have to face.
fazer o nosso melhor, entendeu?
We have to do our best whenever possible, but that can just be possible with your help, listening to your feedback, and trying to improve our service as much as possible. But we have to listen to our community and see what to do. I operate at several IXBRs, and there is no difference in the quality of IXBR. It's the same or even better than what those paid IX do. And there is no competition because the costs are totally different and some room for improvement. Support has to be improved by better answering any questions and in a faster manner. Everything else is fine, but I guess that support could improve whenever possible. I understand, but maybe I am very demanding, and we keep on discussing that internally, some room for improvement, because we want to offer you a better service, and competition just motivates us to work more, to reach more resources, to reach as quick as possible our goals. I just would like to throw some seeds for next year. And after talking to some people, which is IXASN. Today, all IX points of traffic, they use the same ISNs, and that may be an obstacle, especially due to our communities. And ASNs, they are not a scarce resource like APv4 is. So I wish we could assess them to allow more traffic engineering possibilities. If I do not announce in any prefix, that will not be announced in any prefix at all, because the community is more or less the same. Is it possible? Can we implement such an effort? I don't know if I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else, but I guess if we had more ASNs to IAccess, I think that would be helpful. Well, why not? We could share that, we could evaluate. And we could see something from our side, like to advertise to a certain specific site. But I'm not talking about the routes which I receive, but the ones where I announce. If I want not to announce a certain prefix, that prefix will not be present in any other IX. That's it. Let me just add one comment to his comment, and going back to IVPN, SRv6. I understand you guys getting surprised. No, but I got surprised, but in a positive way. But this is a long-lasting process which we have been studying, discussing, and talking to different vendors and different IXs. It's not out of the blue. We have been assessing and analyzing carefully. I know you have been accountable for it. I understand. Yes, but I just want to make sure that you could all rest assured that we came to São Paulo, but not paying attention, not carefully. We are doing our homework carefully. We are on ground, we are safe, and we count on our vendors' support who are helping us in our next step, which we believe will be able to solve a number of problems. Okay, thank you. Thanks for everything.
Só uma coisa assim, o Fábio ele não vai fazer nada que vai fazer ele perder o sono.
Well, Fábio, he's very accountable. He's gonna do just whatever is feasible. This is one of the first times that we have an exhibition area that was really useful. In the past, whenever answering the questionnaire, I would give a no to the exhibition area, but not this year. This year, I have to say that you had exceeded yourselves. Congratulations. My first presentation in the IX Forum was in 2017, and I would like to make public some talks we had in the past, things which I have asked in the past and that you had promised, such as an improvement in the service desk. I know that was not possible due to a number of problems, obstacles. So I would like to ask you once again, improve the portal services. Because we have the 6 megaports is about to come, and megaport, you might get inspired by the touchless deployment of things. Why is it so important to have those guys over here to show to the rest of us that that is possible? You just click, you hire the VLAN, and just with a touch, you are able to hire everything and everyone. And with these guys being here, that will be a future demand. So I'm very glad that the 6 and Mega Portal are available in the domestic markets. But I have a criticism. You guys are excellent, but sometimes you lack of transparency. And we speculate, we say, well, it has happened this or that, someone has said this or that, and you know, some gossips are raised. And when was your last RFO? Not a status block, but RFO. A peak of a Terra traffic. And where is the RFO? Now talking about manners, I have to be thankful to the community, to the manners community, and NIC.br is not part of manners IX. If I'm not wrong, community 65,000 AS cannot be exported. I asked Julio 3 years ago, 60,011 to São Paulo, 21 to Rio. This is a private ANS, and everyone drops it. If we want to comply with the best route servers practices, we have to adapt our route servers to the community of your ASN. And my question is, when IX will be into the IXP manners to allow more transparency and visibility? So once again, when was your last RFO, and when can we count on IXBR manners?
Well, manners is something that we are expecting for the beginning of next year. We are talking to them about the text of the first action of MEMS because they say you have to implement RPKI and or IRR. So it is a Boolean logic of fifth generation. It is E and or at the same time. So I talked to Andre. It says that he said that this has been changed, but the website still holds the information. So what we agreed with them is the following. We are going to validate the origins of Brazilian ASs using the file that is published daily by registro.br, where it is indicated all the ASs. So we are not going to use IRR for Brazilian registers. And this is what we do. So any change compared to the register table is going to be dropped. And for foreign ASs, then we are going to use IRR. Then we are going to approve or not approved, but based on IRR. So we are just finalizing this work, making the last checks, thinking about the amount of announcements that are going to be dropped because of this. And then there is a process to collect data. We have 38 processes that have to be conducted at Manners, but in the beginning of the year, I think this is going to be completed. And quite honestly, I do not see a correlation between manners and transparency. Not a direct correlation, but transparency is also important. There were events, especially unicast flood, persistence, and they were solved, and we had no RPO. Then you have lots of speculation. And this is wrong. You are the ones that have to define things. You have to say, this is what happened. It is always an RFO. The last RFO we had was demanded by Google. This is not good. And this is something that I really say that. And once again, do we have an expectations of seeing the tickets portal better and when? Mr. Moreiras. Well, you see, the tripartite call. Well, we were focused on working for Netbox to migrate data to Netbox, and this is basically completed. Now we are focusing on building the portal. We do have some functional prototypes internally, not good enough to be published yet. So I would say in a few months, we should start, sharing the information with you, asking for feedback. So we want to work with lots of things. First, show the information in a more organized manner for you, the users, show the resources that you already have allocated, make it possible to open calls from there, integrate the several systems, status dogs, traffic visualization, contact information, registries, payment information. So everything integrated on a single dashboard. And then have unified login. This is also, we are working with the AS portal to have the same login in both so that you can see data from CIMET, data related to measurement using a single login. So we are working on that. So I suppose in a few months' time, we have good news to be shared and to be put into production. And we are going to start a process of starting asking for your feedback to improve also the public website with more information I already talked to some people in the community, and I ask you to talk to me and give me feedback on this idea. One of the possibilities that we consider on the public website, for instance, is to have some information that is additional about the ecosystem. For example, on the participants list, we say the participant says who they are, if they are sick, if they offer IP traffic, if it is IR transport. In the case of SIX, you have a commercial contact available. I would like to add to the public website additional information. For example, if participants provide transportation to the IX of Londrina, where does it operate? If it is a 6 for the IX of Salvador, what regions do they operate? Perhaps a map, a network map, or an actual map pinpointing the cities. If it is DDoS mitigation services, for instance, what kind of services, contact information. So something that participants would themselves volunteer in terms of information, but that would make it easier in terms of contacts and make the ecosystem clearer. I don't know when. I cannot give you a deadline. I would expect between March and April we should have some public information based on the current status, but it is an estimate. And I may be wrong, as I was last year, because I thought we would have something ready for this event, and we don't. It is the same estimate of the new Bird version that we have. We always ask Bird developers when the new version is coming, and they always say 3 months. And it's been like 6 years now. So perhaps it's the same thing. Ask me in 3 months' time, or I don't know, take a look at the site and give me your feedback. About touchless services, as we said this year, we had lots of work, and internally you don't have the visibility, but we are at a different level, operationally speaking. So we work a lot in feeding the base, validating the data, continue validating it just to make sure that this is actually what we have in the network. So it is a heavy effort that we conducted internally, and that empowered us a lot in terms of data. So I do believe that in 2025, we are going to be able to do a lot. I don't know what we are going to deliver for you to have a timeline and a touchless service, but personally, I think 25 is going to be a good year. We are going to be able to deliver lots of nice services on our side that will reach the community. It is what I said. New things coming from the outside with comparison basis. I'm sure that you are going to be prompted for that. You know, people are doing. Let's do the same. Yeah, but it was already in our landscape. Yeah, now it's going to become an enigma. Now, I think all of you have a T-shirt saying Jumbo Frame and Black Hole. We don't have Black Hole, we have Sick Hole. Now that you are all going to be different, are we going to have an actual black hole? Yep.
Ó a base de comparação. D6 tem black hole.
See comparison base. D6 has a black hole. Well, talking about competition, we cannot forget that whatever we do in NIC wants to improve internet in Brazil, whether it is to think differently, to make it better for the internet, anything is welcome. So even if it is for us to think differently and change something and change our actions, they're all welcome. André Dias, I'm not going to waste time praising you. I think that, everything that was said is okay. Congratulations for everything. But I have 4 points that I would like to address. First, we know that in some exchange points, we do not have a community policy. Do you have the idea of having community policies for these places as we have in São Paulo and Rio? No, we have in all of them. In Porto Alegre, we have an older version. No, complete as São Paulo and Rio. They are all the same. Okay. For a while now. RTKI. Do you know when you're going to drop, I'm sorry, the
não encontrado, é de não
ter HOA not found. That is when there is no HOA. Not now. We drop, when we have 25% of HOAs, then we may think about that. Okay. Now, in a situation that we have quite frequently in bilateral requests, it is IX, does it have a clear VLAN? How about the other side? So I would suggest when this communication goes through the portal, we should have a range of possible VLANs for the process to be faster. Otherwise, it may take weeks for this to happen. So that takes too long. Perhaps there are 3 VLANs that are possible. That is going to be easier for you and perhaps easier for the providers. It would be very good if we had that. And finally, one thing that I'm sure is going to start popping up to you, especially when you're talking about ETPM, hashtag 3 brings the possibility of multitasking. And then they're going to ask you if you're going to have support to multitasking. I know the answer, but I will let you answer anyway. No.
Olá, sou Ayub da Sage.
I am Ivo from Sage. Well, talking to the IX is talking to the community. I would like to share something with you and with the community. I was part of the network, a computer network of Porto Alegre, and I saw several papers about IX. And the number that really drew my attention is that they called the tables of ITM in São Paulo, Rio, and Fortaleza. And 90% of the routes announced in São Paulo are also present in Rio and Fortaleza. For me, I think this is a measurable argument that IX São Paulo is not, the main source of internet, and all autonomous systems have to come here with kilometers of fibers to connect to the internet. You also see that in the main cities of the country. I would like to know if this number is new for you. And another data that I just opened the paper just to check is this number of equal prefixes. 60% of autonomous systems do not show preference. If you get São Paulo, Fortaleza, the same prefix, the same route announced on the 2 paths, someone is being penalized in terms of latency. So if the same prefix in the IX Fortaleza, IX São Paulo, some is going down to São Paulo to access content, someone is going up to Fortaleza. So this is awareness to know that, they are very similar, and it's important for the community to know if you connect to more than one axe, you have to use BGP to say that you want to connect to the closest one. because especially for network operators, they won't see the difference, and they are pitching traffic to farther. And then, if you don't have this geographic preference, you may impair connectivity instead of making it better. So the question is, did you know of this information? And for the community, pay attention to prefixes. And if you have a preferable distance, use BCG, BGP. I think Pedro made a presentation that analyzed communities, and we have communities that we insert within each announcement with the latency that you need to get to the AS. So this is a tool that we already provide. And I think Pedro measured it was like 4%. Less than 4%. So we have the tool available, but no one uses. Yeah, that's the point. The paper said that the resource was not used. The community is failing to use the tool to have geographic information for you to know the shortest distance that should be preferable. Yes, the thing about traffic, São Paulo was responsible in the past for 80% of IX. And the number is coming down. And it's coming down because Fortaleza and Rio de Janeiro are reaching higher numbers. And it is good. It's good to show that what you said is a fact. It's not that all traffic is in São Paulo. You can reach Fortaleza and Rio de Janeiro with the same services. And some large providers, both of traffic and transport, that they announce all their prefixes in all PPTs. And the table is going to have a huge reach, but contact has to be analyzed case by case. São Paulo has more content than Rio and Fortaleza, but in the future we expect us to be equal. We work for that. But these, players that have the announcements, they have very large tables that have a very, very high reach. And just to add to what you said, and a very important point is this. Okay, we can use communities, but there is a measurement point that providers should support, which is to work with the CMET provider inside their networks, because sometimes they don't define where they want to receive, but you have traffic being forced, and then you have traffic asymmetry. So it's very important to have a measure point inside the provider, the CMET solution that's coming, I think, next year, for us to have a measurement structure inside the provider, and then you can make the indication so that this community is not going to be used with this provider. How about use the communities because these are going to improve your latency? So this is just a comment. Yeah, this is important, everyone, because what we are thinking is that with this possibility of the CMET server, so you have measurement inside your network, then differently from other solutions, the CMET server will come with another software piece that also has external measurements. And these are the measurements that we are going to use to empower you. The information to be collected is going to be shared with you for you to be able to know what's going on, even with regards to traffic asymmetry or any problems that are going on in terms of reach, if it's going through the IX that you expected it to be or not. So these are things that are coming. in 2025. And we expect to complete the work so that you are more empowered. And for that, we have to count on you, for you to have the CIMET server inside your network. And, we are going to have the measurements so that we can make data available to you.
O pessoal vem aqui bastante falar mal de São Paulo, então vamos variar pouco, ao invés de falar mal de São Paulo, vamos falar bem de Belo Horizonte.
Instead of saying bad things about São Paulo, let's say good things about the state of Minas Gerais, where we have seen positive results of the Open CDN project in the city of Belo Horizonte, which has been so positive. We had increased fourfold the traffic in Belo Horizonte. So let's invite all citizens from our state to join us. So not just São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro are the main hubs. Please connect to our data center so other people will connect to our IX.br. And adding to that, Belo Horizonte IX is still under process. In the next 60 days, you are going to hear great news about the internal network structure. We are going to reduce the peaks. So I believe there is a growing trend for IX Belo Horizonte. Yes, indeed, there are several CDNs installed at their open CDN, which is still available in the ATM to everyone, thanks to a number of local partners, Centric Telecom, and who are offering resources. And most resources that we need for Open CDN, they are free. We don't have to cover costs for that. Just more recently, we have to cover some costs, but quite little. And I would like to reinforce that those who live in the region or in the surroundings with other local PPTs, because in Belo Horizonte, we've seen that there were a number of people connecting to their PTT with the low capacity links right in the very beginning. But after a while, many people left their PTTs. And now in the Open CDN projects, we are able to negotiate with them. And we say, listen, we see an amazing potential with a very good set of providers in the region that will feel like using your services. Then Netflix, Google, they all deploy CDN, as well as many others. And unfortunately, the potential never becomes a reality. And then and then the CDNs, they get annoyed. Then we negotiate and say, let's take the project somewhere else. And they say, come on, we were expecting to have 80 connected providers, and we have just half of that. I'm playing with the numbers, but it's something similar to that. So please, to guarantee a success of Open CDN, Internet Exchange, and everything else which is behind the Internet infrastructure, to have a more resilient infrastructure with better quality and an interconnection as close as possible to autonomous systems. Autonomous systems, AES, they have to belong and participate at the local PTTs. So I welcome all the region of Minas Gerais and the surroundings to connect to the IX.br. We are going to share expenses once they show up, but yet we can count on the local supporters. So don't refrain from participating. Your participation is key not only to the project, but to the local internet ecosystem. Your participation is crucial. Well, the beer is waiting for us. Beer and gear is just outside. But before that, let me give a special thank to our sponsors, Huge Networks, Cisco, Vital, Nokia, Flex Optics, Entity Data, Sage Networks, Datacom, K2 Telecom, Sage, WZ Tech Networks, K2, Zapnix, CDN, Precision Solution, APS Global, WZ Tech, ASP, AM, OpenX, Siena, For Telecom, Netflix, APS, Ascent, Petec, OpenX, BR Digital, Telcon, Hafen, ConnectWay, Abrint, almost over 30 sponsors had supported us in this week. So a big round of applause to all of them. But before you release them for the beer and gear, the week is not over today. The infrastructure week goes until tomorrow with the BCOP Forum, when we will reward the BCOP Challenge, which took place in the past months, the IPv6 implementation, as well as other best practices. And we're going to have some presentations by Gustavo Calao, Samuel Bucbrito, who will share some technologies and best internet practices. Those who will not be able to join us here on site, don't refrain from connecting remotely. Okay, beer is served outside. Have a wonderful evening. But let me also thank you all participants. Without you, this event wouldn't be possible. And we are celebrating 20 years of our project. I must say that I work for NIC.br for 20 years. I was invited to join the company exactly because of the project. And I feel so proud to see a project which started back in 2004, and now 20 years later, we are ranked in the top first ones. We are in the first place. Of course, the challenges were many. We had several learnings. And our main learning, though, is the PPTs.
Eu diria assim, que nos traz bastante ideias para poder melhorar a internet brasileira.
We have so many new ideas to improve the Brazilian internet. IX Forum and the whole week brings new ideas. We started with IPv6, but after a while, we kept using the same structure of IPv6 as we are having so much trouble to continue with the IX, with the traffic exchange. Many people didn't know how to configure the network to be able to connect to our infrastructure. Best operating practices. They open room for workshops and seminars and congresses which came to help our community disseminating information. And when we have such a large structure like ours, we hear about lack of transparency. Fine, but If we manage with this measurement process, where we are going to have machines available, you are going to have your CMAT implemented, everything will become much more transparent to all. These are challenges that we consider in such a way that that will give more visibility to you, to us, to everybody, and everything will be clear and will be better to everyone, to all players. It's just a matter of going step by step, and little by little, we are able to increase and improve the infrastructure of our internet. And we are all willing to find better solutions to address your issues. So, to all of us, your key points are very important. No one likes listening to negative points or to criticisms, but our goal is to assimilate that, take them, do whatever we can with them. So in the future, you may say, well, they have heard us and they did their best. So that is our mission, that is our goal. And in this past 20 years that we have been striving to perform in a good manner and been successful as we have been so far, it's also thanks to your collaboration. So I could not close this meeting without thanking each and every one of you, and your feedback is key. A more resilient internet is available due to autonomous systems, and we are ranked in second in the globe. And this is a great achievement. We think about resilience of our PTTs. We are going to have a second data center that will migrate one of our central peaks hubs, which is in one multiple user, will be a single user. With a single user premises, will be more resilient. We are going to have a more resilient infrastructure. All of that to take into account improvements and the need for resilience. And that's it. Thank you so much. I couldn't be more happy. And let's, make a toast and have a beer. We all deserve, don't we? Thank you.